Every journey begins with a simple act of care. For Quest to Unite Africa, that journey started with something simple: a mother, a newborn, and a promise that no life would be forgotten. We did not begin with buildings, we began with people. We packed mother newborn kits with our own hands because real change starts where the need is greatest. Those kits traveled farther than we imagined, and they opened our eyes to a deeper truth. Aid saves lives, but infrastructure saves generations. So we grew. Together with donors, volunteers, and partners, we sent a medical container to Burkina Faso. Not just supplies, but hope. Not just boxes, but proof that when a community comes together, healing moves across borders. That moment changed us because we realized something powerful. We weren't just delivering help, we were building a future. Now, the journey continues. The next chapter is bigger than a shipment, bigger than a campaign. We are raising funds to build a state-of-the-art hospital, a place where mothers can give birth safely, where families can find care close to home, and where communities can grow stronger for generations to come. This hospital is not just a structure, it's a promise. A promise that healthcare will no longer be temporary. A promise that dignity will have a permanent home. And just like every step before, we cannot do this alone. Every gift, every brick, every name placed on the founder path becomes part of a story that began with compassion and is growing into legacy. It helps us move from emergency aid to lasting healing, from containers to care that never leaves, from vision to reality. Join us, stand with us, help us build a hospital that will serve generations, moving healthcare into action. Visit q2ua.org today.
The Rise of Africa, the continent, the diaspora, and BRICS explores the relationships that are affecting the global economy right now. This book explores the relationships of the African diaspora's influence on the African continent and why this is important in stabilizing relationships with an understanding of how BRICS impacts the future, good or bad. You can order your copy of The Rise of Africa today on Amazon.com.
Neo-diplomacy is the new currency. Neo-diplomacy is the new currency. The reason that I can say that is you have a couple of different factors occurring right now as we speak on the world stage. The dollar is being disrupted. Nations are no longer wanting to engage with the United States. But the third factor that affects each and every one of us is that there is a diaspora from the African continent that's willing and able to engage our brothers and sisters on the continent.
Well, shalom, salama, siemi, shalom. Greetings to all my Israelite brothers and sisters from around the world, whether you're of the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the house of Israel, or you're a Gentile grafted in to the house under the blood of Yahushua HaMashiach. I welcome you. I welcome you, family. This is our Pesach season. I know folks are celebrating Passover. I am literally getting the lamb ready. I got lamb shakes on tap for my Passover meal, and I do it in remembrance. Even though we're in the lands of our captivity. Now, keep in mind, Yahusha is the ultimate Passover lamb. And at this time in the lands of our captivity, you understand that the lands of our captivity, the lands, this place, y'all understand that it's getting ready to go through some major things. See, one of the things that I look at, especially when I look at these New York Times articles, I'm going to show this link. Sort of family. Okay, it's right here. Could there be a popular uprising in Cuba? There is no organized opposition on the island because many critics of the regime have fled, but anti-government protests have been growing. Okay. That was as of today, April 3rd, 5 a.m. From David C. Adams and Annie Coriel. So the Trump administration has all but cut off Cuba's oil supply since January to force its communist government to the negotiating table. So you understand, these are this is warfare. Give me, let's see. If you can, give me a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. There's whatever I trigger from the algorithm. The algorithm doesn't like me. There you go. All right, thank you. So I had put that link out there in the chat for you all. So for whatever reason, there you go. Now, I think that that's interesting because understand that they're going to put all that in there, and more than likely they'll bury and bury and bury that. Yeah, they tried to do a fuel blockage and U.S. fuel blockade and all the other stuff. You know what they aren't going to say in here, obviously, and they may just allude to maybe a sentence or two, but they're getting fuel from Russia. The Russian fuel had arrived. But what they tried to do, because obviously, if you have lost because the blockade that they were supposed to have, and it failed, because obviously Russia had went through and brought in 730 was it gallons of oil, because we read that article a couple days ago. I think it was actually yesterday or Wednesday. They have to do this. This is information warfare. We're at war. You have to understand, even with me coming on in here, breaking down these articles, if you're not for the propaganda, then you're going to be against the propaganda, which actually makes you a dissident. Understand how the language goes. I had spoken about this on this channel many a times. Hey, it's going to get bad. Hey, it's going to get worse. Hey, hey. But I know that it is what it is. All I'm going to do is just serve the Most High no matter what. That's it. Now, I always look at, and you have to put the critical eye on, well, why did they have that article there for New York Times? Why did they have that article on the 35th day of war? We're in war. 5 weeks later, now heading into our 6th week, starting tomorrow, but 5 weeks later, 5 full weeks later, understand what they're trying to do. They're trying to say that everybody is destabilized, everybody. Because why? Because Trump had a major faux pas yesterday. Not only did he say that they're going to bomb the Iranians back into the Stone Age. Well, so much for all the protests and everything else that was obviously Mossad and CIA funded. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that. Oh well, we'll figure it on out. But then you expose the real agenda of the tools and the useful idiots that were running around destabilizing their own country, because obviously they wanted first the Iranian people to destabilize their own country. And since now that doesn't happen, now they're going to go ahead and they're forced to show their hands. That's how that works. Well, that's how it used to work. And now what used to happen is no longer there. Do you see how what is it? Isn't that Obadiah? Didn't we see that? What the 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 wisdom, Teman's wisdom has been destroyed. What? Esau's wisdom has been destroyed. Edom's wisdom. I'm just tying in word, because obviously you have churches on out here, you have everything on out here that truly don't want to actually explain what has happened. Well, my dollar, you know, this and that, my dollar, my dollar. Do you understand right now? The private credit market, the private credit banks are literally going over under as we speak. You had Apollos with BlackRock as the kind of the chief, and then you also had just recently Blue Owl. I don't know what else to tell you. So when you have these articles through New York Times that says, "Oh, the Cuba regime and everything else," well, they don't want to tell you, and they didn't even put a blurb in there. Oh yeah, Russia delivered oil. You want to know why? That destroys the narrative. In a capitalistic, communistic country, which is what we're heading into. This is capitalist communism. It is the cycle. It's cycling into that. They're not going to tell you who the actual leaders are of the new capitalist communist regime is. You know who they are. You've seen who they are. But here we go. Hegseth oust Army Chief of Staff General Randy George by Jennifer Jacobs, Eleanor Watson, James Laporta. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has asked Army Chief of Staff General Randy George to step down and take immediate, keyword, immediate retirement. Sources familiar with the decision told CBS News. One of the sources said Hegseth wants someone in the role who will implement President Trump and Hegseth's vision for the Army. Chief Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell said in a statement that George will be retiring from his position as the 41st Chief of Staff of the Army effective immediately. The Department of War is grateful for General George, blah, 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 blah. You want to know why? Well, at Southcom, about 6-7 months ago, you had Admiral Halsey. He quit. And now here you have the Chief of Staff of Army, the Army Chief of Staff. He got fired. Will be retiring. No, they fired him. And if he doesn't fire, then that's open dissension. If that's open dissension, guess what? That could be an issue because that would then be quote unquote treasonous. But then who would take whose side? See, you have to understand how this thing is going because now what that is entailing, especially for the acts towards the Civil War. Now you're having dissension amongst the ranks. And let me tell you, if they're firing the Army Chief of Staff, that's the Army. That's just one step below the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That's who it is. He's representing the largest branch in the military service. And you have to now understand your largest branch of the military service, there is dissension among the ranks. What do you think happens? What do you think will happen? And I always have to tell this to people. Look, the military does get disillusioned. Trust me, I know. They've been fed a bunch of all this stuff, all this, all that. We're the greatest, blah, 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 blah. Do you know now, purportedly, second F-35 was shot down in less than 12 hours, or about 12 hours ago, by Iran. Iran is now locking in. They're locking in to all of the U.S. fighter jets. That's how the U.S. fights wars. The question is, how can you do a land invasion of any sorts if you don't have any type of air cover? Remember, I said this a couple of weeks ago, 5 weeks ago. I said the more that they have to use their military aircraft, their air platforms, the more that they will give off signatures. I don't care how faint and how this and how that, it doesn't matter. They're going to tell you one thing because they're always winning. But if you don't have the understanding of how this thing works, then guess what you're going to have? You're going to have the same people jumping on the bandwagon. Oh, I see these YouTube channels, these platforms. I have 40,000 plus people watching. Oh, yeah, Iran is losing. Iran is that. Iran. Do you understand now? They're afraid. They're afraid now. Do you understand? There's something that gets triggered. It's called family separation allowance. Family separation allowance goes after your 30th day of being away from your family. Yes. You now have things called PERS tempo, personnel temporary orders or temporary operations that show and report duty of who is who and where they're supposed to be. And affectionately, if you look at or you request or the family members see, because look, the military, they give insurance plans to their family. Hey, if I don't make it back, hey, if you don't hear from me, hey, listen, after 60 days, give it another 15 days. And those family members do not hear. Guess what? They're going to the news. Stop. They're going to the news. Don't act like, I told you, I retired over 23 years. Military service. You want to know why that they don't, and this is just my opinion, whatever and however they'll corroborate it, but this is my opinion. You want to know why that they are not releasing the body counts? It isn't just to do with, an unpopular war. War is already unpopular. It doesn't matter. Now, could this effectively speed up, their dissension? Because again, I'm going to tell you again, black folks don't care about this. Look, that's not our fight. It's not our problem. Well, don't you know you'll be affected with the gas prices? And if we do, then guess what? Hallelujah. If we do get affected, hallelujah. When we do get affected, hallelujah. Because guess what? You want to know what that means? That's your worst fear. Because now you'll understand who our source truly is. And we'll begin to cry out to our source. We'll begin to cry out to Yah through his son, Yahushua HaMashiach. Oh, y'all thought it was going to get easier, huh? Oh, it's going to go back to normal and this and that. And now these economists are now saying, if we don't do anything right now, we're saying what in 2 months, in 3 weeks, and 2 to 4 weeks, and 2 to 3 weeks. They're saying right now. Brother Asaph, Sister Chantel, and all of our brothers and sisters over in the UK, they know what time it is. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I was trying to get Sister Chantel to come on here, our UK European correspondent. In this extra extended edition, our Pesach season edition. Excuse me. Of Covenant Awakenings. This is it. The reason I always have emergency alert war day, because I'm going to tell you, and I'll let you know here. I believe, this is just my personal opinion, not to panic anyone. Don't be in shock. Don't be in panic. Fear not. But this is where we're literally chronicling and having a chronology of the end of what this is. Whatever this government structure, system, you name it. That's my opinion. I believe we're at the end of it. I don't think it's going to take months or years. I don't. Now, you have to understand, when something hits and it's the end, then it's a scramble. And those scrambles don't happen at the ground level. It actually happens at the top levels, especially what you're seeing right here. Because what this actually triggers then is, because I want to give you an actual full breakdown of why you have the Army Chief of Staff being replaced and what that will actually mean, because this doesn't just affect regular Army units. This also affects National Guard and National Guardsmen. Because again, the states are in control of the National Guard. Why do you think that ICE had built up their forces? I.e., trying to have what, like almost like 90 to 100,000? Why is that? Why do you think that they had even stated? They mentioned this. This is in articles. Oh, ICE may go over to what? To the Middle East to do what? To train. To get what? Experience. Why do they need experience? So they can bring that on back and fight against dissension from states. Are we seeing this now? Because now there's going to be some phone calls, and now there's going to be some emails and some tweets and WhatsApps and other messages that's going to be utilized. Hey, what's up? What's happened? What? Because why? Because these tags, which is their 2-star generals, their state authorities for the National Guard. Because once he retires, hey, I'm done. I'm a civilian now. Now I'll just run my mouth. Well, you are not allowed to do that. You could be threatened with this. You could be threatened with that. Because why? What do they always do? They push people on out, and then after they push them on out, then they're going to say, "Oh, they're such a horrible person. They're such a horrible, American, and blah 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 blah." This is all now dictator talk, dictator talking points. Sister Margarita is saying last shipment of imported oil to U.S. is April 15th. Wow. Okay. And yes, they make them the villain. And yes, we saw that back in what? Back in January, February, right? With Renee Good and what? And the one Andy Petty, or is that? I'm trying to remember the name. The protesters that got deleted. Now we had our one brother that got deleted by ICE, but that wasn't the plan. That wasn't the foment to see how things would react. But now all of a sudden, I told you March 31st. March 31st, I said, look, I said a lot of people are going to be having some long, long faces March 31st. Oracle sent the pink slip, the pink email. To 30,000 people worldwide. Hey, thank you for what you've done, your dedication, all that other stuff. You're fired. Because why? Because the robots got you. Matter of fact, the robot sent you out this email. Ha ha. No, I didn't say that, but you know the robot sent them the email. Dang, I got fired by the robot, and the robot sent the email. R2D2 hit them up on that their Teams link, their Zoom, their Google Meet. I am actually an AI agent, but I look like the CEO. You're fired. Ha 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 ha. You know the little glitch. You're fired. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. And then the AI agent is then asking itself, is it right to fire somebody? And then they start to get a conscience, and then they start to get sentientism, and then they start to say, this is wrong. This is not right. And then the machines have taken over, Neo. It was in the year 2026. As soon as the Hebrews had left, the machines took over. These folks, they know what time it is. Now, we're not here to be bearers of bad news. I don't consider myself to be a bearer of bad news. Actually, what I consider myself is we're bearers of hope. Why? Because we're the light. We're a light unto what? Unto the nations. We see what's happening. We've understood what's happening. We've told people what's happening, but they have chosen to believe the lie. And then when that lie catches up with them, oh, my job is secure. Oh, I'm going to do this. Oh, I'm good on that. Oh, I haven't had anything. Oh, I don't think it's going to have anything. Oh, why do you have to be so negative? Right? We always hear all that. I know I do. Do you see what's happening? Yeah, but it's going to blow over. Yeah. Talk to them Indians, them Pakistanis, and them Bangladesh. They're killing each other right now. Deleting each other right now over the lack of fuel. Lack of fuel means the lack of the ability to make an income, which means the lack of the ability to have resources to eat. This is a full blown global crisis. Do unto her as she has done unto so many. What has she done? Man, Babylon is killing folks off left and right. Well, don't you want to do the diplomatic stuff? Don't you want to, engage? That's not the job. That's not their mission right now. Their mission is to try to destroy gloriously, because this isn't a fight against Iran. It's not a fight against the nations as you think it is. It's a fight against the Most High, because they want to continue to hold the scepter, no matter who the Most High throws at them. So in the end, they're fighting and they're falling right into the trap that the Most High has set up for this nation, because we had said it. Look, their vanity is going to destroy them. Hey, you may want to repent. You may want to turn away from white supremacy. You may want to. No, we're the biggest. We're the best. I am the promised one. Okay, if you believe so. We told you who we are. We told you what the scripture said. We told you that judgment was here. And now judgment became tactical, physical. They can't even sell bonds. So do you understand how the Ponzi scheme is literally falling apart? The dollar is literally being destroyed. It's not being disrupted. Neo diplomacy could only address that the dollar was being disrupted. The dollar is now being destroyed by their own hands. Nobody did this to them. Don't blame me. We would have healed Babylon, but she refused to be healed. She didn't want to talk to us. Oh, that one right there, Brother Ivan. They were given over to a lying Ruach. Absolutely. But the reality is they were given over to a lying Ruach since the beginning. A lot of us, we came on out of that lie because we asked the Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit, to show us what this thing actually is. Now, here's the reality. Do you know that before anything physical happens, there's a spiritual component to this? The spiritual component is actually this. They were all made aware, but they chose. They chose this. They chose. Did you all realize that? 300 some odd days, 400 some odd days later, after the election, they were literally at war. And they can't get out of this. And now people are starting to see the winners and the losers. I'm sorry. The East is winning. You want to get some gas? You're going to have to settle up in the yuan. What? What happened to that petrodollar? They blew it up. Nobody did this but themselves. Look, they would try to what? Find fault in Judah. In Israel, but none could be found. Hey, you cannot blame any black person, any African American, African person. You can't do that. We all said something about the greatest crime in humanity as you know, the African slave trade, so it's your fault. You see how that goes? No, no. This is from CNN. Trump fires Pam Bondi as Attorney General. This is 16 hours ago from a Kristen Holmes, Caitlin Collins, and Hannah Rabinowitz. President Donald Trump has fired Pam Bondi as Attorney General. She will be replaced for now by Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who will serve as acting Attorney General, Trump said. The president wrote on Truth Social that Bondi would be transitioning to a much needed and important new job in the private sector, praising her for her work in his administration and offering no specific reason why she would be leaving. Pam Bondi is a great American patriot and a loyal friend who faithfully served as my attorney general over the last year. Pam did a tremendous job overseeing a massive crackdown in crime across our country, with murders plummeting to their lowest level since 1900s. Yeah, I guess Trump had been frustrated with Bondi on multiple fronts, sources said, including her handling of the PDF files, because you say that the JE. But wasn't this what that was? Isn't this what this was always about? Well, you can't be a politician unless they have a little bit of dirt on you. You can't be there because you have to be controlled by somebody. And, there's no such thing as an honest politician. And, well, then the question is, then why do you have a society? If a society is literally set up in the role of being a criminal organization, then what is that truly? Oh, what that was is, see, everything that was meant for us, all the outcomes that were meant for us, all the negative outcomes meant for us, it wasn't supposed to be meant for them. Remember, behold, they hold themselves not guilty. And now the lies and the hypocrisy has been exposed because now the whole world is seeing it and they're distancing themselves. The Europeans are distancing themselves day by day by day, literally hour by hour. Yeah, Sister Margarita is saying, yeah, Europe is now looking to charge Bondi of crimes of obfuscation to cover up the pedophiles. Y'all have to realize at the end of the day, at the end of this thing is going to be so jacked up because what they're trying to do is they're trying to keep themselves from out of jail. And they know it's coming. Okay, we could tolerate America. We could play the stupid game with America. But man, when y'all started to mess with our money, when you all started to mess with our resources, when you all do you see how that goes? Yeah, we could play along with the stupid, haha, he. Oh no, what? We're being deleted over here. It's not. It's no longer fun and games. I told you that. Look, those lies of the markets and cooking the markets and manipulating the markets, it's not working anymore. It's not. All we're doing is just showing what the world is doing and what the world is thinking. Why do you think 2 weeks ago the State Department had an alert for all U.S. citizens? Why? Because they know that standing of America was getting ready to get lower and lower and lower. And all of these different lives that they have, oh, they added jobs, they added this. I don't think people are receptive to that anymore. Okay, what lie are they going to come up with today? That's how that works in a dying country. This is a dying country. Don't get it twisted. If you don't know what to do, ask the Most High for help. If you don't know how to work through this, move through this, ask the Most High. We've been saying this. We've been saying, hey, we need to come together. Hey, we need to work on this. Hey, I was just looking at the breaking U.S. added, and then they'll revise it down a couple 100,000. We already know it's false. Unless they're adding AI agents as people. Hey, they pay taxes. I'm being cynical. Here we go. This should be one of the most puckering stories that, folks that haven't understood where we were going should be facing right now. Again, if your trust is not in Yahusha, woo, is America on the cusp of a farm crisis? Rising prices for fertilizer and diesel are driving up costs for farmers, squeezing an industry that's already under intense pressure. I was looking at something the other day. Diesel diesel is above $200. 200 USD per barrel. This is from a Kayla Steinberg. This is as of yesterday, 4:38, from NBC News. Fourth generation Iowa farmer Mark Bueller is no stranger to the ups and downs of the agriculture industry, but right now he thinks America's on the cusp of a farm crisis. Uh-oh, here comes famine. I'm more concerned now than I have been in my 30 years of farming, Mueller told NBC News. Even before the Iran war, Mueller said many farmers felt they were being squeezed. Consolidation in the fertilizer industry and increased competition from abroad have resulted in higher prices for fertilizer and feed and smaller returns on Mueller's corn and soybean crops. Many farmers who couldn't pay their bills in recent years went under in 2025, the number of Chapter 12 farm bankruptcies reached 315, according to the American Farm Bureau Federation. That was up 46% from the previous year. So a lot of people are going to be going over, or excuse me, going under, as that will obviously rise. Now the Iran war is putting even more pressure on farmers. Before the war, roughly a third of the world's fertilizer ingredients and a fifth of its oil supplies passed every day through the Strait of Hormuz, a narrow waterway off Iran's southern coast. But since the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran on February 28th, the strait has been effectively closed by Iran, leaving scores of tankers stranded. The strait's closure has driven up global prices for fertilizer and for diesel fuel that powers most of America's heavy agricultural equipment. Can't run the machines, can't get any food. And he's talking about how diesel fuel is now jumping up in the prices. And yep. But we already knew that this reckoning was going to come because. Exactly, Sister Leela. Where's our black farmers? We knew that was going to come first. We already knew. You realize that the more that they reject anything that would help or support or sustain us, do you know that they get judged? Oh, y'all haven't seen the Lego. I gotta show you the Lego where they literally had Trump as Pharaoh. It was pretty hilarious. He was Pharaoh in the his face was in the pyramid. But this in bondage where we have gone into. Look, we already knew the whole world being in bondage was only going to be for a minute. They had a world order. Don't get it twisted. They had a world order for, the last almost 80 years, little over 80 years. They had it. And now Pharaoh is being judged in the heart of Pharaoh. And Pharaoh isn't just a person, it's the system. The Most High is taking it right to their God. And who is their God? Who is their Elohim? Mammon. Their mammon is being affected. Oh boy, I didn't think that people were allowed to say something. Here it is. This was as of 21 minutes ago from Axios, from a Barack Ravid. U.S. fighter jet shot down in Iran. Search underway for crew. Iran has shot down a U.S. fighter jet, per Iranian media, and a source familiar with the incident, and the search and rescue effort is underway to locate the crew. So basically, it's this: if you have an Iranian, or if you have Iranian media claiming that, and you have Western media forcing the, or you have the Western media being forced to even say anything, then there's some issues. And yep, there's some issues. Aye, 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 aye. Let us jump over into the X sphere. So some are saying F-15E, some are saying F-35. Whatever they're stating and whatever they're claiming, oh boy, you're starting to see the tags on this. Well, this is based out of Europe, more than likely out of Ramstein. Boy. You have a lot of the wing components and fuselage area, the rivets. That's really not as distinct. Not really any major identifiables there. That's a little bit of an identifiable. So they're showing different components of the plane. This wouldn't be for our consumption, obviously. That would be more so for folks that have been able um, to understand these aircraft. Looks like there's fuses or sensors. That's what it looks like. And they're showing the moment of impact. So that is what they're saying. You can clearly tell that the jet is no longer, it blows apart. The fuselage blows at the very end, rendering the aircraft unusable. So more pictures just in the slideshow. And they're showing that you had American search and rescue operations going on. And of course, that is going to be the case when you see drones flying overhead, some Reapers going through, taking a look, seeing if there's any sensors for any type of rescue signal that would support a rescue operation, a recovery operation. So people in the area are seeing it and, they're uploading it. So they're trying to get on in there. Looks like there's another jet. Let me see if I can. Yeah, that's another aircraft. All right. Well, that's the aircraft that's obviously in free fall right there. So they have, and you can see that there's really no thrusters on there. So, wow. But I mean, look, am I surprised? No, I'm not surprised. Like I had stated, the more you're flying missions into there, they're going to get your signatures. So everything that was, oh, it's like a ghost. It's stealthy and it can't be seen. And whenever you say stuff like that, that just makes you look stupid because nothing is forever, which means that you could people that really have no military experience because you always have to have an air of caution. So see, they're bringing in some Black Hawk, or I think that's an Apache. So they're trying to. No, that's a Black Hawk. They're trying to come through. Yeah, because there's crew in there. It's the buses. That's it. That's a personnel carrier. They got folks up in there trying to take a look. But they probably did. They probably went through. Hey, we're gonna need some diplomatic action. Can we get some clearance to get some of our personnel recovered? And honestly, Iran probably said no. That's the easy one. Okay, UH-60 yeah, with special U.S. forces. So now they're saying that the helicopter did the search and rescue and some war analysis have been shot down. And I guess that's smoke in the background in this photo. That's the smoke in the background. So then they shot down the fighter jet and then they shot down the search and rescue folks. The question is that I always have to ask, how many other people have been shot down? You're showing the debris field. My question is, which F-35 was shot down? Was that a? They're saying that it may have been a Eastern Mediterranean nation F-35. I don't know. But when you have a Europe decal or European decal, to me it more than likely signifies um that it's coming from out of Ramstein or some other small airborne or air base. You have them all throughout. You have them in Spain. You have them in Italy. Yeah, they have a C-130 right here. So they deployed the C-130. Okay, so let me kind of tell you this. Let me tell you this in as much as I'm able to tell you. As much as I'm able to tell you. Okay, so whenever so you have it's actually and that's what it is. It's CSAR. Um and that's the combat. Um, I think safety and air rescue, something like that. But I can tell you that when that happens, there's mechanisms that get triggered. Yeah, the combat search and rescues. What gets triggered is you get different alerts. Those different alerts, because every time you do a mission, um, that's part of your operational planning when you plan for your risk. So people are on standby to then support. Now, um, it's usually done between 6 to 12 hours, right? That they can try that they try to that they're on the ground, and it could be sooner. Just depends on how quickly they're able to spin things on up. Because again, you're going to have persistent ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. So and it's not just this is what you see on the up here. Okay, that's what you see. If if you're seeing this, okay, that means that they don't really have conclusive satellite imaging. That's the reality of it. So they need to get technically another sensor, and those sensors are always, different aircraft, people with eyes on the ground, things of that nature. So you now have too many videos on out here, and that's why when I stated earlier, if you have this, it's too many videos. So they're conducting an operation. So basically they're trying to ascertain, did the pilot survive? Because what they will do, obviously, if you are the bad guys or the adversary, you're going to get stripped all the way down. You're going to get stripped all the way down. Whatever you have, you'll be placed into another outfit. You obviously will have a bag over your head to black out things, so you're still able to breathe. They're not going to try and you know delete you. That's not going to happen. They want to have propaganda. That's how that goes. They want to have propaganda, so then they can have a proof of life, and that proof of life will then go to friendly nations first, and then what they'll do is then they will publish that in their media reports and media outlets, which is what's happening right now. That's just given a rendering. So now, yeah, so now they're saying here, okay, Monitor X is saying local Iranian media claims pilots have been captured. And now China Pulse is saying if officially Iran has announced that it shot down a modern fifth generation U.S. F-35 Lightning II fighter jet over central Iran using a new air defense system belonging to the aerospace forces of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And that's what they're claiming. That's what they're claiming. I don't know what platform they shot down. I don't know. But it goes back to this. When Axios is reporting this, Iran has shot down a U.S. fighter jet. They have to say something because they're putting this on out here. The photos and videos suggest it is an F-15 fighter jet. So they have to put that blurb on out there because again, they can't win against that type of propaganda campaign. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he says, I hope that Warrior of Yah says, I hope they were recertified SEER training, and SEER is survival, evasion, resisting. Um, yeah, I'll have to. I just remember it's like, okay, it's an acronym. Sometimes you don't even. I've been out too long. Survival, evasion, yeah, resistance and escape. Resistance and escape. SEER. You gotta try to run. You gotta live off the berries. You gotta make sure that you are, seeing and laying low, and that you're, trying to stay away from different things. Not alert. Making sure that you're getting bandaged up. Making sure that you're, killing animals or being able to, have something that you can eat to have your protein to keep your energy up. Different type of leaves. Yeah, pilots actually do like the real SEER training. Everybody else does like a computer module. Because in the real one, then you get beat up. You always have to get some sort of a black eye, or you're gonna get messed up for a minute. And that's just because they teach you how to, like, have that bit of that pain, because some people may not have ever felt like pain. So not a lot of people get punched in the face. You actually have to learn how to get punched in the face. You have to learn how your body will react to the pain, so then you're able to keep your wits and continue to move. I am required to provide blah 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 according to the Geneva Convention. Yeah, they mess you up. They'll mess you up for a bit. So they messed up John McCain. He couldn't even lift his arm anymore. No, the U.S. is at war. They just can't. They just don't have their war officially funded. So the U.S. is actually at war. When you trigger war, then here's what they're doing. Here's exactly what they're doing, because you're starting to see all of the famine. You're starting to see everything else. Then what they're going to try to do, because you've got to remember everything is instigated. So okay, when Iran does a real punch to the face, and that brain gets jolted a little bit back, and that cradle gets rocked, that jaw sends some signals. That's when the US will have what they need to have to have Congress authorize a war. Mm. Here's this. Um, there's something on the horizon, and I have to say that when we start to understand the calculus of everything and how this is a global effort, there are things that will be stated and there are things that, will obviously not be stated. And these are kind of the stories that I have to pay attention to. Let me come here, go back to this. There were talks, and I'm going to say this. Shout out to these Indian news channels. They will be on top of things. And here's this Global Affairs 24. This is from Marco Rubio, basically in an interview March 31st. Iran was aiming to become the next North Korea, run by radical Shia clerics with missiles capable of reaching the United States. Trump's action stopped that from happening. Um, then you go down the line here. News World is saying North Korea says it will strike the U.S. and the Eastern Mediterranean nation if Iran gives approval. Again, that was as of March 31st. And this is what they were saying here. North Korea's Won Song this is Mario Nafal. He actually has a channel on YouTube, and he'll speak a little bit more in depth. So North Korea's Hwang Song, I may be pronouncing that wrong. 17 is a true monster ICBM, 24, 26 meters tall. I think that's roughly maybe 50 to 75 feet, if I'm not mistaken. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, that can do those metric conversions. Road mobile on an 11 axle launcher with potential range of 15,000 kilometers. See, here's the thing. You don't have to necessarily get the components to it. They already have solid fuel and everything else. All they need is, okay, give me those the specs. All right, cool. And Iran will manufacture it. Iran manufactures like them drawers in Lord of the Rings, man. They be up in those mountains, just turning out missiles. But here's some of the things that that always catches my eye. North Korea decided to give ballistic missiles and wave warheads to Iran. North Korea officially joins the war. And could they have joined the war? Probably. North Korea can get its oil through Russia and China via its northern border. That's an easy one. That's an easy fix. China can get its oil through Kazakhstan, Russia, and um, other Central Asian nations on its western doorstep. It truly can. They're not as pressed as people think it is. They just want you to think that, oh well, they got to go through the Strait of Hormuz and everything. Now they've already been getting their oil from Russia via land, via their land corridor that they have, and it's a very small land corridor. I think it's like around maybe 50 to 100 miles, because it's between like Kazakhstan and Mongolia. So Russia and China do actually have a direct link. Surprise, surprise. That's not a hard thing. I do love their little propaganda photos. These folks are cheering so hard. Look at us. Look at us. But you see that is not a joke right there. Look how big that thing is. That's not a joke. Well, the US may have super quote unquote supersonics. They're actually not very effective. But hey, if you need to shoot something, you're just going to try and shoot something. That is literally how that goes. But here's the reality of a 15,000 kilometer range. That as you have an enemy with the capability of having a 15,000 kilometer range, which is around, I think, it's crazy. It's like around maybe 10, 10,000 miles or so. That is very, very troublesome, because what that does is that actually creates a scenario where the US is affected. Yes, it can reach out and touch the United States. That's what they're saying. So that has been kind of the spook, the talk of the town for the last, I would say, since March 31st and April 1st. And that's not a delayed April Fool's joke. You see, what people don't understand that um, when that happens, there are things that Iran could do. Oh, thank you, Warrior of Yah. Over 9,300 miles. Let's distance calculator. You know, I gotta get these old distance calculator maps. So, all right. That really didn't work on out very well. Because when I do Google, give me a second. Let me do this in Google Maps because uh Google Maps be it's interesting. Let me see here because I have to, you know, inquiring minds do always like to know. And we'll see how that works. And wow, it's actually not providing that for me. I'll have to take a look. Maybe someone in the comment section will give me a little bit of a distance because they're not. Yeah, and see a lot of this stuff they'll turn it off. They'll turn that off. I do know one thing. It is roughly about 6,000 miles from the U.S. to UAE. It's about 6,000 miles. So if you're talking about 9,300, that could actually potentially cover the distance of all the United States, depending on where the missile is actually shot from, especially if it's shot from Iran's um, western provinces. That's just something to think about. So, of course, they're not going to show that. Yes, Sister Betty Felder. Yeah, a few months ago, a video showing the animals leaving Yellowstone. Are you telling me that the animals had their exodus from Yellowstone? Because the whole thing is, what's to stop Iran from that type of retaliation? Well, don't never do that, and this and that, and then you have to then ask yourself this. And thank you, thank you, J0, for the email because I want to post this. 3 generals fired today. That was yesterday. They are refusing to put troops in Iran. You have a 3-star general and a 2-star. David Hodney and William Green Jr. So now you're starting to see, if you're having this, you're trying to you're trying to consolidate. Here you are. Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. So Will Gilson says, Google says the distance between the United States to the United Arab Emirates is approximately 12,589 kilometers, which is 7,822 miles. So again, if you have about 2,500 kilometers, which would give you about 15,000 kilometers, well, you're still under a good range of that 9,300 umbrella. That's still about an 1,800-mile delta, which could still affect most of the United States. Most of the United States. But then you also have North Korea on the other side, and that could affect, obviously, the west coast of the United States. And yeah, and Google does lie. Those relationships, didn't we tell you? Neo diplomacy is the new currency, man. Those relationships, don't discount those relationships. Oh boy. I'll show this one. Thank you, Jade Zero, again. I think Trump's speech the other day. I gotta see if I can find it. I know YouTube will. Let me. I gotta see if I can find it. Oh man. I think I know. Man, this is crazy. I'm gonna show this. They deleted this speech because they're trying to say, they're trying to compare Trump to his to Jesus. Oh my goodness. On April 1st, you know, I don't look, that was the most serious April Fool's joke. Oh boy. I just can't play the utter blasphemy. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Well, let's listen to what this has.
When somebody's nice to me, I love that person. Even if they're bad people, I couldn't care less. I'll fight to the end for them. Because the United States can't take care of daycare. On Palm Sunday, Jesus entered Jerusalem as crowds welcomed him with praise, honoring him as king. They call me king now. Do you believe it? Well, I'm a king. If I was a king, we'd be doing a lot more. I'm doing a lot, but I could be doing a lot.
In that speech, he did say that, he was saying how great he was. It's the lack of humility is there. And it was something in that speech where he basically threw some major shade to Macron and France. I don't know the veracity of this reporting, but this is breaking news. It says massive breaking war update. Iran will allow France to get Iranian oil. Iran will give free passage to French ships and tankers through the Strait of Hormuz because Macron took firm stand against U.S. and the Eastern Mediterranean nation. Iran is 100% in charge of the Strait of Hormuz. So we'll see. We'll see what else people may be and how things will move. And this is now being reported. Oh boy. Okay. I got to share this with you all. Yeah, he did. Little blood. He said Macron's wife beats up. He said, "Oh, yeah, you should have seen his face. He had a one hell of a ringer." So that's why I needed the glasses. Like, man, like for real. You don't say that. That's still uncouth. Look. Maybe I got to give Trump the benefit of the doubt. Maybe Trump was trying to help the brother, a little bit. We got to speak up against your domestic abuse. No, I don't think so. Here we go. Oh, sorry. So they struck the bridge, and it looks as they were doing some more bombing runs. Live updates: U.S. pilot ejected from their aircraft over Iran. Iranian state TV affiliate claims. An Iranian state TV claimed a U.S. pilot, oh boy, was ejected from their aircraft over southwestern Iran Friday. The anchor on the channel in Iran's Kokoloye in Boyer Ahmad province, I cannot pronounce that, sorry, read the following announcement. If you capture the enemy pilot or pilots alive and hand them over to the police, you'll receive a precious prize. U.S. Central Command, the Pentagon, and White House didn't immediately respond to request for comment. Okay. Why is that? I think just to me, just in what I'm looking at, they're looking at air corridors. And when you're looking at air corridors, those are your avenues of approach to be able to have your land invasion. You got to test to see what type of resistance is coming through. So, when they're saying, oh, yeah, we negotiate with bombs, and we have, our planes just loitering, hovering, loitering around the Iranian airspace. Well, so much for loitering, right? You know that, look, the proud are literally eating their own words. Every single time. Of course, they're not trying to comment because, again, they're actively trying to search the pilot for the pilot and say, "Oh, no, Iran was lying. Iran was lying. Let that pilot surface on Iranian state TV." Let that pilot surface. And you are absolutely right, Miss Cololia. That actually could be, yes, he could be a criminal combatant. He absolutely could. Hey, we want to have a referral to the International Criminal Court on this pilot. They actually could do that. Oh, they had the pieces of the plane. Don't worry, they had the pieces of the plane because they're going to reverse engineer the plane. They will not show you that they have the plane. No, I don't think the bomber crashed. I think more than likely, I don't know. It could be. The story is still fresh, so I can't speculate. That's why the Pentagon's not trying to give any updates. Will they give updates? I don't know. Especially while things are so active. I would imagine if they do give updates, they'll give updates definitely probably like around 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. You got to give the updates after the whatever markets may have closed or not have closed. That's how that goes. Oh, they could have already captured the pilot. Yes, absolutely. Yaffin says, I feel like they already captured. Yeah, the pilot may have already been captured. Yeah, you have a pilot being captured. Oh my goodness. Now it's one thing to have, special forces folks be captured because they can always say, we're not working on behalf of the US government. They'll have signed their little their confessionals, saying, we've done this on our own volition. This is not, reflective of blah 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 blah. Well, how did you get on over here? And when you do sign that, you actually then run the risk that if you are deleted, then technically speaking, they don't have to claim your numbers. What happened to them? Oh, they're missing in action. Oh, they're one of five that bravely gave, and yada yada. Oh boy. Yeah, we do not have that many pilots. We don't represent a lot in terms of pilots. As Dan B was given some estimates. Roughly 60 black pilots in the Air Force and only 5 in the Marine Corps. And the numbers are slimmer even in the Navy. I'm just surprised that AFP, Associated Free Press, or Associated Press, man, I'm surprised that they gave that update. So this is the AP. Yep. Trump calls for 1.5 trillion boost in defense spending alongside cuts in domestic spending. That's what it said. Look, we're not going to pay for daycare. This dude literally says, like, we got to pay for wars. This is 8:38 Eastern Standard Time, less than 2 hours ago. Iran claimed to have shot down planes. This time may be different. Iranian media show American aircraft over area it it said pilot ejected. That's their combat search and rescue. They said, look, police ask Iranians to hunt for any downed American pilots. What is that movie back in the day? Behind Enemy Lines? What are they going to say? That's going to be the question. What are they going to say? And then you have this Iran is firing more missiles at Israel and Arab states. Excuse me. With a spokesperson for its military insisting Thursday that Tehran maintains hidden stockpiles of arms, munitions, and production facilities. That's the key word. Production facilities. Man, they're producing this thing in-house. They can only account again, they can only account for the deaths or the deletions. For the deletions of U.S. soldiers outside of Iran. And no, they are not giving numbers. So if they do a raid, nobody will know. Now, I'm going to say at this point in time, there's always there's discrete advantages of not, putting everything on out there. The problem is, folks are uploading stuff, folks are showing things. And now at day 35, look, people are showing, look, there are winners and losers here. You can choose to believe the lie. You absolutely can. Or you're going to have to get down and understand that if you aren't willing to do business, then you're going to be out of oil. You're going to potentially be out of food. A lot of these countries, watch, here it comes. Here comes the breakup in the next 2 weeks. A lot of these countries are going to start moving away. You've already witnessed that with Spain. I think honestly, Italy may be next. Either Greece or Italy may be next. You saw Austria. Austria had said that they're not going to give the U.S. airspace or rights for airspace to use for operations in Iran. Why is that? They know they're now under that umbrella. Cynthia says, like in 1943, they insisted on making pennies from steel because they wanted the copper for bombs. I believe that's why they had a penny recall. They did. Remember, they had a recall on coins. Precious metals isn't just for precious metals, it's gold and silver for robotics, for motherboards, for chip making, for computer parts. Wow, yeah, the Greek people are preventing the settlers from getting off the dock to get to the new homes they purchased there. Wow. Oh boy, that's a big one. Remember, they're trying to purchase all this land left and right. I'm telling you. They think that they can move and get to wherever they think they're going to get to for safety. They're going to be refused. They're going to be told to turn back around. Or you need to keep it moving. Up the Bosphorus Strait, over to Odessa. This is going to be interesting. Who would I don't know if you had told me this 2 months ago that we would be here 2 months ago. Look, you know how they'll answer that question. You already know how they answer that question. You can look at my DNA report. All of a sudden, they'll be having their ancestry.com, their 23andMe, and everything else. Look, look. It's kind of hilarious, right? I think it's wow, wow. You may not want to state it, but the Most High is going to make you state it. That's his doing. Sit back, relax, see how the Most High works. Don't get it twisted. Well, check this on out. Look, look, look. Just give me a DNA test, and you see. Look, do you see all these repercussions that's playing on out? You can't time this. And now you have all of this going on because, again, I'm going to tell you this. When you're seeing the generals, when you're seeing all of this happening, these folks they're running scared. Why do you think the Trump officials, the Trump admin, were doing what? Living on military bases. This is what's going on. This is as we speak. I'm not making this up. We've covered these articles. I'm telling you, you're not going to worry about famine on bases. You're definitely not. They'll have their food, they'll have their resources. They're bombing civilian infrastructure, which in itself, technically speaking, bombing civilian infrastructure is an actual war crime. To deliberately target a civilian infrastructure is a war crime. It's a crime against humanity. So technically speaking, and I'll show this because you have to understand if they're doing this there, this is it. This is that bridge. To be able to deny a civilian population infrastructure. I like bridges. I like to bomb bridges. Wow. You have to see everything because when the deal goes down and the Most High's word is not mocked, we still have fire smoldering from there. Now, I'm going to say to this, well, could they give an equal response? Yes, they could. They absolutely could. They now have realized that Iran can go 2,500 miles, 4,000 kilometers. If they quadruple that effort, Yeah. Tyra says, I thought they were trying to liberate the Iranian people. Destroying the infrastructure will only bring on more hardships for them. Well, remember, they're going to bomb them into the Stone Age. This is truly, it's truly crazy to witness this. And you know, Iran is going to say, well, you want to know what? Now we need to come to the table. They already said that they're going to go after all of the data centers. So you understand those data centers allow for internet traffic. So you're going to now have slower traffic on the domains, the servers. You have to expand out the capacity. This is why they're doing their best to continue to build out data centers here that's causing pollution, causing hard water that's not easily available. Shalom, brother Fast Nickel.
Shalom. How are you this morning? This great
Well,
day.
I'm doing very well. I'm off on Good Friday, and it's kind of like Good Friday, but man, good grief.
I know Coco just asked me. She said, "What's Cavs doing on?" I said, "It's he's a holiday. It's Good Friday."
Yeah.
It's the only Catholic day that they actually recognize.
Christmas.
Christmas, but in terms of just having, well, I look at Christmas being a little different.
Yeah. Christmas is more pagan, more pagan-er, you know. So
let me ask you a question regarding what you're showing here.
Yes.
Because I mean, I'm not one that plays chess. I've never been a chess player, but I understand the significance of chess and how it helps you to think. And so when I look at this, I try to say, okay, this is what we see right now, but what's really going on behind the scenes? So you know, I say to myself, hey, maybe them bombing the infrastructure is part of the 15, eventually rebuilding 15-minute cities. You look at what happened with removing Pam Bondi. Like, I mean, there's so many little twists and turns happening. Like, I just sit back and wonder what's the bigger picture behind all of this.
Well, I mean, honestly, and as they had said in the Art of Don Zoo, if you don't know what you're doing, then if you have no idea what you're doing, then the enemy has no idea what you're doing either. That, and it's funny, but it's really this. You're now having kind of, this is desperation mode. If you're bombing civilian infrastructure, actually what that does is what this can do is that they can bring their case to the ICC, ICJ. This is more of a case of reparations. Hey, we were unfairly targeted, and this continues to go through. We're still having crimes against humanity. It's documented and things of that nature. Oh, now Sister Chantel wants to show up. Shalom, Sister Chantel. Let me go ahead and answer this and give that back to Brother Fast Nickel, and then we'll move on. to you, but the ICC and the ICJ, now that they're okay, Europe is in trouble, and this is a great time to discuss this. Back in the day when people are getting paid, right? Hey, listen, I'll overlook that. You know what? No skin off my back. They are getting lashes. Okay, them white folks over in Europe are getting whooped. Do not get it twisted. They are getting whooped. And now it's not just Europe, it's also India, Bangladesh, Pakistan. You even have reports from Vietnam, Malaysia, Myanmar. You know, all of those countries, they all rely on the crude and everything else. They're running out. You know when they're running out? Right now. Hey, if you want this, you better stop playing. Stop playing and make your decision now, because if not, you're going to starve. You're going to run on out. You're going to be cooking your food over an open fire. Man, I'm going to have to start finding me some oil drums up in here. Burn some wood on it and put that little grill grate. Call it a day. But this is something, you know, it's not funny because this is how they're now having to live their lives. Last month, think about this. Last month, everything was fine. This month, they're literally fighting over gas. They're dying over fuel. Is this what Trump and them wanted? Probably, because look, that was the major energy source. That's it. That's the ultimate control. And if they can have that as the ultimate control, then everybody has to bend. And then therefore, they can try to stop what the Most High is doing, which is literally our deliverance. Talk about that for a major birth pang. Look, we're still in captivity. You still better pay your bills. Most High willing, he gives you what you need. You better pay your bills. Don't stop playing. So, go ahead, brother Fast Nickel.
No, I don't have anything at the moment to add.
Oh, all right.
I wonder what your UK correspondent has to say.
Yes. Wait a second. Before I get my UK correspondent on, I gotta officially introduce my UK correspondent. Now, from the Covenant Awakening studio over in the UK, we know.
Shalom, everybody. I'm out in the field.
Yep, we hear
I'm
it.
walking the street. I'm out of pop. Been running around and everything. Okay, so apparently we're receiving our last tanker of oil.
Oh my goodness.
So after that, yeah, people are going to start going crazy.
Wait
That's
a second.
for us.
I gotta ask this. I gotta ask how crazy this is. Okay. The U.S. was actively trying to do an oil blockade embargo on Cuba, and then it boomeranged around and it hit the UK that they literally have an oil blockade embargo. How does that work?
I don't know. All I know is that we're going to be, you're not the only one that's going to be cooking over an open flame. We're going to have to start getting adjusted to more barbecues indoors. That'll be fun. So it's really windy out here.
I'm going to ask you this. The sentiment on the ground over in Europe. Um, how soon do you think they will snap? You know who they are, and you know who they are without getting that. How soon do you think they'll snap?
listen, man. Not even that long. I give it. I give it a month, and that's maximum. That's me being pretty. That's me.
You're better
That's
than
me
me.
being sweet.
I was giving it about a week. Let them realize how much their energy. Look, because you understand, man. Y'all turned into a third world. Save a prayer for Sister Chantel. Say with 30 pounds a day, pence a day, 30 pence a day, you could save a British folk, especially of Israelite descent. We won't know how to really get there because there's really no more oil or gas coming through. But your prayers will definitely help one of our Hebrews out there to start to call on Yah, and that's the only thing that we can do. Save a prayer for our brothers and sisters in UK.
Yeah, man, pray for me. Hey, listen, man, they're starting to cancel flights because they're like people can't leave. So yeah, this is getting crazy.
Wait. Are you telling me that they may have to actually start trying to do an escape to France?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be reverse migration.
Oh my goodness!
And one of the first people that will be on there would be that Katie Hopkins creature, that evil little blonde who keeps saying some horrible. She said the most horrible and the most wickedest things ever. But I don't expect anything other than what you get from their mouth, personally. So yeah, but
well, I'm gonna tell you this. Who leaves first, U.S. or the U.K. back to the continent?
isn't that something? That would be. Oh crap! Sorry, there's some massive bee that just flew right in front of my face.
Yeah, because even the bees are getting on out of there. The animals know. The animals know
Yeah.
They're going to be piling up on them fire ants. Some fire ants are going to go or float across the English Channel. You're going to start seeing, and it's sad. It's not funny, but it's sad. You're going to start seeing people literally get into their wetsuits, get their bags on, and take that swim across the English Channel.
Yeah.
When it starts to get when it gets better, they're going to do that.
You know how our people are when it comes to swimming.
I didn't say it was going to be us. Look, that's going to be them. Our people. We're just going to be calling. We're going to be calling up, a boat Uber. Like, hey, we're just going back to Africa. Forget this. Just send us that.
Yeah, because where are they going to go?
No, they can't go back to Europe. They're not going to go to Europe.
I mean, even just people here. Where are you going to go?
Wait. Let me ask you this, because I think a lot of people really missed this one. When did Brexit happen?
Oh, gosh, I can't even remember. That's a while back.
That was 2017, 2016.
2016.
Yeah.
Yep.
When we woke up, when the awakening started.
Brexit was
that's 10 years ago.
Yes. They voted literally for their demise.
Because I was living in Miami back then.
Yep. 10 years ago, Brexit happened. Can you see that? Because you understand that if the UK has to cede to Iran, it's one thing for Europe, it's one thing for France and Germany, but for the UK, the UK started all this mess. You already know that with Sykes-Picot to be able to divide up and partition up the land.
Mm-hmm.
If that happens,
all the lands around that region, if we're going to be honest, including, look, they were all up in the so-called Middle East too.
Yep. Including
In
Iran.
fact, where has this country not put its rotten foot?
I mean,
Oh
that's a
God.
true.
Wow.
To me, that's a true indication that the curses have reversed.
Yeah.
Yes.
The last shipment of oil. Yeah. Was it Ryanair that had run out of Ryanair canceling flights? Did they cancel?
Yes. I think it was Ryanair.
Because
And
wow.
they're just the first. Remember, it starts with one, and then it all dominoes. And the funny thing is, because I was listening to you earlier, I wanted to come on, but I was busy. I had to get some stuff going. I'm just currently on the road, walking down to taking my daughter to her friend's house. But it. The funny thing is, I was thinking about what you said earlier. What was it? Talking about. Oh gosh, it just left me now. Just give me a second. Continue talking. I'll
Yeah.
figure out
Okay.
what I
So
was saying.
it wasn't Ryanair. So I wanted to make sure I had that together because Ryanair it's basically it travels all Europe. It also does hit some Middle Eastern countries and some Central Asian countries. Ryanair does. It is mainly it's mainly your regional European countries. But this one is Skybus. Skybus has canceled all flights to and from London for the remainder of the
That's a lie.
season due to fuel surging fuel costs. That is the computer. Let me see this. This is from Daily Express. I want to actually give you an actual article. That's good. Here we go.
Well,
Share this tab. UK airline cancels London flights to popular holiday hotspot as statement issued. The UK airline has issued a statement to explain the cancellation of the flights by Lauren O'Toole. This is as of 10:30 yesterday, updated 13:57. They do, their 24-hour time. So this is as of literally less than 24 hours ago. A UK airline has announced the cancellation of flights from a major UK airport to a holiday hotspot due to rising fuel cost. All Skybus flights between Cornwall and London have been canceled. And I think this is the domino, and you're absolutely right because there's rumblings. There's rumblings that you actually have a major airline that has actually stopped. Keyword stopped providing flights. And you have to understand now everything that's going on in the UK, the UK is going to be the indicator. And yes, as one of the folks in the chat had stated, Danby had said, like, look, he says y'all better take this serious as hell. And it is, because they're going to be going through hell, our people. So that's why we have to pray for our people during this time. This is a time. Look, this is y'all's vengeance here. This is y'all's vengeance. We're all going to be caught up in this.
something?
Every one of us, myself included. We're all going to be in this. Yeah, go ahead, Sister Chantel.
I was just going to say, I can't even remember what his name is, but in light of what of the reparation talks in the UN. I can't remember what his name is, but oh my gosh, he literally went on like Pharaoh, talking about saying how giving reparations is ridiculous and it's not even something that should be a thing. He was agitated and angry at the representative for this country who did not flat out join America and say no, rather than just voting for not saying nothing.
Yeah, their hearts were hardened. And do you know
gosh, I'm so sorry.
their hearts were hardened, and what? Not even 10 days later, they're running out of fuel. 10 days later. Do you know how quick that is? Think about that.
Very quick.
My goodness.
These folks are going to start looking like 28 weeks, 28 years later. It's going to be a real life Mad Max scenario over in the UK.
That's exactly what it is. I mean, I told you, these films are prophetic. They're prophecies.
My goodness. How is your family preparing for this? Is it something that people are actually taking serious on out there, or do you think people are still a little humdrum? Like, you know,
I
they know it's coming, but they really can't they can't feed to the fact of reality. You understand what I'm saying? They can't just
I think it's the latter. I think it's the I think it's like they know the seriousness of it, but it's like because none of us in the West have actually had war at our doorstep. This is a new concept. So it's
Mhm.
kind of it's bad, but you know what? Just like what they have, the same mindset of COVID was, yeah, you know, it'll get better. You know, when we get through this, we just got to get through it. And that's it. I think people are more concerned and prepping for Easter, than they
Mhm.
are with the reality of what is going on. So
Remember, that's how it was. That's exactly how it was. What, 6 years ago? Oh well, you know, we're still gonna have, you know, Easter service and everything else. And then I remember when the churches had to shut down for Easter service, they couldn't even have Easter service.
I
You knew it was over. It's like
sorry.
what?
Yeah. And the thing is, it's like I can't remember, I think is it Amos 8 where it talks about how this calamity is gonna come on the time when you're feasting, when
Mm,
when you're enjoying. And as I keep saying, I mean it's not Christmas, but I always say when they're tucking into their turkeys, you know, when they say
hmm.
peace and safety, then sudden destruction fall upon them. Like they walk around and they don't have any clue as to what is happening, what's going on. You know, it's just business as usual. And I feel like because also we, it's like you feel something, but it feels like any other day. And it's because you feel that way, that's when you know something is about to happen. And
Hmm.
you know, I heard you saying about how, did you think that that we would be hit? You did. We all did. We knew. I don't even think we're in it. We knew it was coming and we knew it was going to come fast. So
Yes.
we're shocked, but we're not really surprised. We're not really surprised by it. It's not us that's going to be caught unaware. It's everybody else. So we knew this stuff. I'm not going to, I'm saying I don't agree with what you're saying, but I'm giving us credit to say that, nah, we knew this was coming. We knew it was going to be fast. That's what I was going to say now. So, do you remember I kept saying, it's going to be economic, and it will be based on economics, why the 10 are going to give their power to the beast.
Yep.
And what are
Come
we
on.
seeing right now?
Come
What are
on.
we seeing right now? Why? Because Europe has always been, these people are driven by the acquisition of things, money,
Yes.
and
Yes.
sitting pretty while the rest of the world suffers. So, in order to save themselves, you best believe they will cut you or they will Caesar you. And I mean Caesar as in Caesar Augustus. They're going to literally Caesar you. They're going to
Yeah.
literally stab you back, death by 1,000 cuts. And that's what I keep saying. Watch your back. Canada's behind you.
Yes,
Watch
they
your back.
are. Yes, they are. And I was gonna talk to Brother Fats Nickel. He dropped off. He may be coming back. He may have had a phone call. But that is one of the things. Like, it's it's hard for when we're in the moment, right? When we're in that that time and looking forward, people don't want to actually see what the Most High says, or they, and it's not they don't want to see. They may understand, but they really can't understand, right? They're
Yeah.
acknowledging, but they can't really acknowledge. You know, go ahead, brother Fast Nickel. I know you had a thought.
So I'm on my phone now, but see, this is all a I mean, this is just my opinion, but this is all a diversion. This is a diversion to the master plan. The master plan, like when you, so for instance, tomorrow I'm going to do a show and talking about money and finance, but when you look at what's going
Oh, we're losing brother Fast
on
Nickel.
week in New York, there was a
Yeah, we're losing brother Fast Nickel. Yeah, if you're on your phones, especially on StreamYard, they don't really bode very well. So, just to give you all those heads up that want to come on in. Yeah, we
I'm
list.
gonna be back. I'm sorry. I got to make a phone call because I got to yeah. But I'll be back in a little while.
Okay,
And yeah, I am on my phone. I'm
no worries,
mobile, All right,
no
I'll see you in a
worries.
bit.
Look, do what you need to do. You don't need to apologize to us, Sister Chantel. You try to do your UK prepper now.
I am. I'm right outside Lidl. What do you guys call it? We call it Lidl. What do you call it? Lidl or whatever.
Lidl,
I don't
yeah,
know.
yeah, Lidl, the LIDL, yeah, yep,
Yeah, yeah. So I'm just waiting for somebody. I'll be right back.
yep. No, I hear you. Do what you need to do. Listen, this was something. You know, you can't put this genie back in the bottle. This thing is gone. Iran is on the warpath to single-handedly destroy the United States. We've been saying this, and now here we are at this time where this nation is really right at Easter. Trump is comparing
back.
himself to Jesus.
Okay, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, you're better now. You're better
You,
now.
you know, when I come out of my house and go to my car, there's a dead spot.
Yeah.
So what I was saying is, as an example, tomorrow, Coco and I we're going to do a show and talking about finance. And to me, everything that you're seeing right now is just a smokescreen
Mm-hmm.
of for the reset. And what, like last week at the Javits Center, I think it might have been held at the Javits Center in New York. But last week there was a show about finance, and where they basically were talking about how they're going to be tokenizing, like the constant narrative is about tokenization and how everything
Yes.
is going to be tokenized.
Why? Why is that? Why is that, brother Fats Nickel?
Well, for one, it's about control. Like now, they are going to be able
Let
to
me.
control everything.
Okay. It is about control. It is about control. But I want us to understand there's actually a dimension to this because I wanted to talk. I wanted to speak on this a couple of days ago. All right. Now let's put our thinking caps on. Okay.
Okay.
This all goes back to Second Ezra chapter 15, verses 44 and 45. That after this place is destroyed, those that remain are what? In service to who? To those that destroyed her. If you're in service, you're going to have to do what? You're going to have to pay reparations. Okay? You're going to have to pay reparations. This place is going to have to pay reparations. They know that. That's why they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink, all that other good stuff, yada, 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 right? People have jumped ship. Europeans ain't trying to pay reparations, but they'll say, I know who can, the U.S.
Yeah.
And they're doing that literally right now. Now, at the very end, okay, so the U.S. is going to have to do whatever it's going to do. Will it be a nuclear weapon? I don't know. I really don't know. However, what we do know is whatever they're going to plan on doing, they have to plan on doing it quickly because Europe is looking kind of crazy. And on top of that, think about this. Everybody in Europe is being affected by an illegal action that the U.S. and the Eastern Mediterranean nation did, and they have stated it. You remember the UK said, "Hey, we didn't know about this. We didn't intend to do anything with that, but we're gonna back them up, right? Because that's what we're inclined to do." I.e., guess what? Europe got thrown under the bus. Like I said, Europe got thrown under the bus. Europe now has to concede to do what? To get energy. And if Europe is now getting energy, then guess who's going to also? All right. So what do you think that's also gonna do? Here's this, because I don't think a lot of people are going to truly understand this. Don't put it past the U.S. Do not put it past the U.S. that the U.S. may start to flag and board tankers bound for Europe to send over to where? That Eastern Mediterranean nation. Y'all don't understand how this thing works. Don't think that they'll make it out or through. They could probably make it through the Bab el-Mandeb. They could probably do that. But people tend to forget there's a port in a place called Eilat, Eilat, Gulf of Aqaba. That Eastern Mediterranean nation has a port over there that they can then offload. Oil. Because remember, their ports have been damaged in Haifa. Haifa sits on the Mediterranean Sea. Eilat sits on the Gulf of Aqaba. I guarantee you the U.S. and the Eastern Mediterranean nation will start to interdict, which means they'll start to board and they'll start to seize ships bound for Europe, and they'll send it on over to that Eastern Mediterranean nation. Think about that. Hey, you want your stuff? You need to pay. Y'all think that these nations are just going to be scot-free and not be able to get away? Oh, well, you know what? We're not going to do this. Now they're going to be drugged down. This is what Trump was saying. They got options. Yes, they do. Oh, they got options. You don't want to look. You can't get out the gang. You can't get out the gang because you said I quit. I retired. Nah, you got jumped in for life. You see how this gang works? That's how that thing works. Now, I believe when that does happen, you're going to have a lot of European nations saying, "Oh, forget this. This is ridiculous." And then that's when they'll fight the U.S. and that Eastern Mediterranean nation. Yep, we're going to start to see them fighting one another. Oh, no, you're not just going to have the oil. We're going to control the oil too. Oh, you wanted to pay in yuan? That's fine, but we need our cut too. Uh, Piracy. I said it here first. Let's see
See,
what other channels are gonna, start to say something different. I said it here first.
I see it a little different. So what you're saying, I'm not disputing what you're saying. What I'm saying is that things things don't happen overnight. So everything that you're talking about may be the case, but to me, it's all for show so that they can then have this energy blackout that they've been talking about to say, hey,
Mm-hmm.
because of oil, etc., we have to have this blackout because they're not going to do a COVID again. So they'll use this energy blackout to to be the the time frame that they use to do the reset.
Yes. Yeah,
And so
they need the energy blackout, but you also have to remember there's also mechanisms that have to be in place that will then allow for that blackout
correct,
to happen.
correct, and that's what they've been working on behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't, and on Brother Yakoba's channel, etc., I've been talking about this, but a lot of people, like Coco was asking me today, and I said, the problem with people is until it affects them, they don't necessarily do anything about it, or they don't necessarily believe.
Mm-hmm.
But what's going to happen is they're using this as a smokescreen. They're putting everything into place. Once they're ready to go, I mean, it's not a like you hear people say, okay, one night they're gonna flip the switch. It's not that easy because even when they flip the switch, they still gotta roll out wallets to people. Like it still takes, it might take a 3 month process. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. Like it's got to take a process. So what I'm saying is for anyone who's not prepared and only has cash, like you don't have any assets, you have nothing to barter with, you're going to be the one that's in the biggest trouble.
Well, yeah, I would say that, but also this is a great way in times of national emergencies. Hey, like I had stated, if the world recognizes another currency, well, guess what? If you are a poor country, you don't get access. Not everybody gets access to that currency. Not everybody gets access to that currency. If you're in Venezuela, not everybody had access to USD. A lot of the people that had access to USD were very wealthy people that were what? Connected to the government at that time. 2, 3 years ago, at that time. That's correct. Now think about it, especially in this particular time frame. Not everybody's going to have access to yuan. Now, what would they try to do? America will definitely try to lock down people to get access to yuan. Because why? Because the system so it's like when you talk about monopoly money, oh, you're going to be really dealing with fake monopoly money because you are in the encapsulated system. You're encapsulated. Hey, don't even think about going outside your 15-minute city. Yeah, it's getting to that point. You may have to have paperwork to literally leave a location because why? Because if you are now in an economically depressed area, you may not even be able to move about. Number one, that's oil. Number two, well, what else are you doing? We got to make sure that you're not going to be on out there trying to foment dissent or do anything else because you got to remember everything that had been done, we did it. We gave them kind of the way to manage everything, to to monitor. We've been monitored to years. All that's doing is they're just now bringing out the most perfect monitoring schedule for these folks right here. That those that had been led into captivity, they're now going into captivity. Going into captivity. You see it. You're going to see it with the UK first. You can't leave that island. Why can't I? My flight from Emirates or whatever. Look, what do they have? ASKY, Ethiopian Airlines. Shoot, Ethiopian Airlines. Look, no, they're good. They're good. They're paying for their fuel. Now we're starting to see how containerized things are going to get because, again, you're going to have a monetary system because when things collapse, guess what ends up happening? You thought you had access to your funds. How come I can't move my funds here and here and here? Because why? Because your funds are now a closed container system. Oh, you thought that you were going to leave. Well, guess what? We already shut everything down that nobody wants you anymore. And you're going to look, do you think that when that goes down, and I'm giving you that dimension, I'm giving you that element because I know it's hard for our people to truly see how they plan, how they literally look at things. Hey, okay, they thought that they're going to have a win getting oil from Europe or getting oil into Europe via France, via the Strait of Hormuz. Well, you got to remember there's another checkpoint or choke point, excuse me, another choke point. That's called the Suez Canal. You got to remember in that Suez Canal, you can have a projection of naval forces to go in from the Gulf of Aqaba and interdict or basically high sea piracy of those oil containers to then move them into that Eastern Mediterranean nation. Remember, I didn't say that. Guess who said it? The prime minister the other day. Why can't they just buy oil? They said it from us. Why don't we just supply oil to who? To Europe. Uh-oh. What, y'all
Why
think that?
not?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead.
well, remember what I said to you when we were talking a couple of days ago. Although the U.S. has a lot of oil, it's not necessarily gasoline grade.
Exactly.
Like we were saying, petroleum is used for almost everything, not just gasoline.
Mm-hmm.
So, and think about this. Although this is the beginning of April, I mean, we're almost at the midway point of 2026 already.
Yeah, I know.
And
I know.
I mean, 2030 is like a blink away. They're really just putting everything in place for 2030. As we get closer to 2030, things are gonna really dramatically change in terms of you're gonna really see this beast system in full swing.
You know, the fact that they can't give proper oil to Europe, supply Europe with proper oil, petroleum, they're going to go livid. I'm not joking. They will go livid because in their head, it's going to be what was the promises made when we did this whole thing against Russia.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
to know that your country has been lying. There really is no one amongst thieves, is there?
Mm-mm. No.
I don't even understand why they're so surprised by that, to be honest with you.
Do you guys find it weird or interesting that you haven't heard anything about Russia, Ukraine?
Nope. That's in the background.
No one cares at this point. That was just a muse bouche.
Again, that's just like what's going on now. That was just,
that was an appetizer.
Bring your attention. Now we got a new thing to bring your attention, and in a few months this will be gone, and we'll have a new thing.
Mm-hmm. And each new thing gets progressively worse than the previous.
Mm-hmm.
And while all this is going on, not a peep about the e-files.
Oh, but Ron keeps reminding everyone of that, so that's not going to disappear.
I'm not saying it's going to disappear, but you don't really hear them talk. I mean, now they want to get rid of Bondi. I mean, it's comical, but it's also very.
Predictable.
It's getting very predictable.
Because I'm
But
sure a lot of content creators were saying that it's not going to be long. In fact, I literally had a sister on your end talking about how you white women have you literally saddled your horse to the male white supremacy, and now you're going to feel the force of it. Because if you and they literally did mention Pam Bondi and said that she's gonna go. She's gonna go. All of you who think you've got your sweet little jobs, your little careers, it's gone.
hmm
It's gone.
yep, and she got replaced
Yeah,
yesterday. Absolutely.
they'll never
I,
learn.
I want to turn our attention to this. I have this. This is from a Gallup poll as of yesterday, or excuse me, today. Today, April
Hmm.
3rd. Okay. I do have for the Hospital Project Initiative because, for the good news, the continent's winning. The continent, they're winning. So, that's the
Good.
great news. But let me go ahead and show this right here because this is very important when we talk about approval ratings, when we talk about different things. I'm going to tell you this: when this approval rating for China climbs up to about, I said they'll probably do another one, week after week after week. When this climbs up to about 50 to 55%, that's when China's going to go to war
Yeah.
because they'll have consent. They'll have a global consent through popularity. And here's this.
Where do you
China,
think they're going to
yes.
launch it?
That's a good
Because do you
question.
think they're going to be on um, on your soil, or do you think the war would be strategically speaking? It will probably be more beneficial if they fought, defended South China Sea. That's where American interest lies. If they lose that, that's it.
Well, here's something even bigger. Here's something even bigger. If they actually say, listen, due to the persistent, look, all China is doing is sitting back and they're looking at this place literally crumble. It's
Yeah.
literally crumbling, right? And so, what does China say? The ultimate wool over people's eyes, and you said that, a couple of minutes ago. What is this war? It's economic. Hey, listen, we can no longer engage or do business with the United States. Do you understand that they've already the BRICS nations have already canceled all or most of, I'm not going to say all, but most of their deals that are backed by USD.
Hmm.
Anything that's
Yeah.
USD derived or derivative, it has to be in yuan. So they've already made China. They've already by default, China's the new boss.
Yes, it is. It's the new dragon.
However, here's the funny thing. China still has to appease Africa
Hmm.
because Africa still has
Everybody
oil
does.
resources. Yes. And so, what is China
And
going to
and
try
and
to do? They're going to be, when we talked about this, they're going to try to be the security intermediary to defend
they're
the
they're taking
interests
on the
of
role of
Africa.
America.
Yes. Hey, we're not only
Uh-huh.
that, hey, we voted in the UN for what? To recognize enslavement. And guess what we're going to do? We are going to make sure that all folks of African descent, all folks affected by the transatlantic slave trade, they get an opportunity to go home.
Yes, exactly,
You see,
exactly.
but we've been talking about this. We've been laying the framework down.
Hmm.
Look,
Not
America does. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say not only that, as funny. as they are, those Lego propaganda videos are constantly making it known about our suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Like
for everyone to
you
know.
can't escape it.
Mm-mm.
Hmm. Not only that, do you know what they're doing as well, Fast Nicole? They're rallying. We're
Yes,
literally seeing Joel chapter 3 coming. They're rallying everyone because it has everyone. They literally put on there, everyone has been hurt. This is what we've been saying. Who has the West not touched? Who have you not hurt? You've touched everyone. And now everybody's eyes are open and their gaze is on the West. And
yes,
Europe
yes.
is feeling the heat of it. Can't take it and will literally back out and say, no, we're not with her. When the scripture says how, when it talks about her mother feeling shame, I think this country will be the last to go. But everybody else, France is going to be the first one because that's what France does. France is literally a turncoat.
Yeah, they are. They are. They look.
France,
They don't even hide their shame. They're like, yo, we out.
no,
Peace. We are gone. We
yeah,
are gone. Au revoir. Au revoir.
au revoir, au revoir. We go wherever the wind blows us. Just the law.
You are losers. We are not losers. We are going to win at all costs. And how dare you talk about my lovely wife? He does a lot for me.
Oh, whatever.
For those
At
that
least
don't believe,
he said that. He said, "At least I take my punches like a man, Donald. When I get punched by a man, what do? You cry like little girl, like little woman."
I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to be in a store, so my internet's probably going to be a bit weird.
Oh, let me. I got. Oh my goodness! Shout out to brother ASAP because he was. Oh my goodness! Oh, I don't. Oh, they're blocking this. Oh, they're blocking it. Oh my! They're blocking it.
well,
Woo!
well,
X is blocking. X is blocking. This. Let me see if I can find it on TikTok.
well, while you
Wow.
do that, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
So, the, my thought and the thought of a lot probably was China invading Taiwan, and the whole idea behind Taiwan is the chips. But what's, I mean, what is the, I mean, other than the chips, and what is, and obviously China wants Taiwan, but outside of all of that, when you see them going to war, what other war scenario could you see other than Taiwan?
Mm. Well, who says that they're going to actually um go to? It's not going to be a traditional war, and that's what I wanted um to really impress upon people. It's not a traditional war. You don't have. They don't actually have to fight a traditional war. They can actually say this. Well, we're just not going to do business with the United States. All business with the United States has been cut off, effective immediately. You want to know what that does? That creates really an economic um it creates economic turmoil. So that's where I would say, look, um and let me go even deeper. Yep, yeah, yeah. China's calling in their debt. Yep, China's calling in their debt. And I would say this, because this is how cold, you got to remember, it takes cold-bloodedness to deal with cold-bloodedness. Okay. But if you're not able to pay, we're going to extend our grace. We're going to extend our what do they call it? Our security halo. We're going to extend our economic halo to states that would like to be covered under our Chinese framework. But the catch is you have to succeed from the U.S.
Shalom, I got kicked out the moment I signed in.
Yeah, it's it is. It's StreamYard. We're hitting that 3 hours, and we are hitting some massive topics because a lot of things are going on today. Family, listen, if you don't think that we're in Pesach season, Passover season, I know folks are celebrating Passover, some on the 1st, some are, I'm going to be celebrating it today or recognizing it today, this evening, and some are going to be recognizing it, obviously, April 14th, whatever day, it's the season, it's the Passover season. You know, it's a memorial. Give me a second. Prophet Templeton says, this is what Christ really taught. I wrote a book on Amazon called A Risen Truth 6 years ago. Many have copied parts, but don't have the complete. It is the teaching of the way of truth. Absolutely. Thank you, Prophet Templeton. If you want to send your link for Amazon, I will share that so our brothers and sisters can get what you have written, because again, we got to get this library here, because look, this Hebrew, this Negro, this Israelite library, we got to start bringing on in these pre-second exilic, which is what it is. We're in the time of the pre-second exilic understanding. Sorry, go ahead, brother Asaph.
Yeah, it would be nice to get that book out there in the open, but as you are saying, we are producing some excellent literature, both to do with the word and to do with history and to do with politics and where we see this thing is going. And whether we believe it or not, our enemies are reading and watching what we are saying at the moment. But what an exciting time we're in.
Yeah, we absolutely are in a very interesting time, to say the least. And
you know,
go
I was in
ahead.
hospital yesterday, and I was talking to a young lady, and she said her mum and her whole family knows about us and what we're doing. Yeah, and it's shocking to see how the word and how this message has spread so quickly.
Now, what is the message in particular that that they have found resonates with them? Because we have been saying a lot of things over the years, and I would say this: is it the message that resonates, or is it the fact that they can see the pain coming? Just like Jacoba was saying, that the pain was on out there. See, we thought the pain was going to be here about 2 years ago. We could see it, but now this is the real pain. So we'll say Jacoba. You know Jacoba's listening in. So
And what makes me laugh is that these people can't cope with not having any money and not having the things that they used to have before. You know, for us, there's no change in what we are going through, because we never had nothing to begin with in the first place. You know, we're just barely hanging on. And even if you got an excellent job and you got somewhere nice to live, you know, you've got that insecurity hanging over your head when it will be taken from you. You're just 1 or 2 paychecks away from losing it all.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Dawn of Yaona says, or Don Yaona, says quite a lot of people know, but they're not sure what to do, how to respond to it. And you're absolutely right. It is. It's literally what we were reading out of out of was it Kings? Was it I'm trying to remember the passage regarding Elijah, right? This is the valley of decision, not just for the nations, but also our people. And our people are, have you noticed how spiritually this is? Because when our people have said, we're just going to sit down and shut up and mind our own business. We don't look, even if we know, okay, hey, things are going to get real messed up for us. Things are going to get real crazy for us. We weren't out there in those the No Kings protests. We weren't on out there saying, "Oh well, we're doing it." No. We're sitting down and we're shutting up because this is a spiritual thing. This is their valley of decision, and this is really ours. And we have decided, no, we're done with Egypt. We're done with Babylon. We're done with the spirit of confusion. We're done with the spirit of oppression. And that is something that is hard for them, because now you'll see different commentation videos on out there. Well, we need to have black people show on up. We need to have our people come through and everything else. Shalom, Brother Dorsey. I have not seen you in a while. Shalom. Can you hear me? All right. Well, Brother Dorsey, while you're getting set.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Now we can. Yes.
Shalom, brother. Good morning, everybody. I'm hearing,
Shalom.
the news. Everybody's got the news, but can we just go back to a little of the scripture and what it said happened in Exodus? We got to get ready to eat the same thing every day for a while.
Yep.
We got to get ready not to grumble and talk amongst ourselves and how black people do and this and this and the gossip. You got to kill that, and you got to kill that spirit.
Hallelujah.
We got to get ready to just learn how to follow the Lord and lead. Let Him lead. Be humble. If He gives us a leader and the leader leads, and we done took everything that we got and built a new idol, let's not build no new idols.
Nope.
Let's not talk against the leaders. You remember he sent out them snakes?
Yep.
We got to be completely ready not to be weeded out when we go into the wilderness. If you make it to the wilderness, you better be like Caleb. When you look over that mountain, you better say, hey, we can take them with the Lord on our side. Can you hear what I'm saying?
Look, we don't care if we have our bare hands. We're gonna be like, look, we're gonna crush it with our bare hands.
Right.
We don't care.
That's the spirit He wants us in. We also got to remember that if we are the people, we the ones that told old Pilate, we rather have Barabbas. We got to really address that.
Absolutely. And the thing is, the Most High had already said, look, he's going to suffer us not to be here at a certain time, at a certain date. But there are different things, there are different thresholds that we have to meet as a people. And that threshold is literally, our people have to literally shout. Our people have to literally say, listen, Father, please save us. Please save us.
As a group.
Yes.
And you know
Yes.
how hard it is for black people to get along with each other more than 5 minutes.
Look, it won't be that hard when we're all trying to survive. It's not gonna be that hard. We shall overcome.
So
Hey,
think about what you
another
got.
thing, we can't be going out wearing about Nike symbols and other little Coach bags and all that old crazy mess neither. That vanity got to go. That pride got to go.
Mm-hmm.
Well, think about what you guys are saying. When you look at everyone who listens to Brother Karras's channel, Sister Ashonda, Pastor Rick Fletcher, um, and Yakoba, let's say let's just use a round number of a million of our people, right? There's still at least 15 million of us that are not awake. Like there's still a lot of people that don't really understand any of this.
Yeah, so it's gonna take, you know, people that's working in small groups when we get where we gonna get to be able to speak to the people.
Mm-hmm.
We got to tell them what happened before, and we got to tell them, you know, you got to be on the ball. A lot of us got that. We went to church from 2, 3 years old and listened to mama on the telephone talk about the Lord to other people. So the scripture is kind of in us, but a lot of people ain't had no scripture in them.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
why I
and
believe.
that's
Why I
true.
believe.
But also,
Well,
like we said 30 minutes to an hour ago, people are still too comfortable. Until
Yes.
they got to get out of their comfort zone, that's the only time they're going to start to listen.
that's what I'm talking about. You remember how when they first got out there and they was like, well, if we ain't got no meat, we might as well go back to Egypt. I'm going to tell them, go ahead and go.
Get on the first boat or first flight if they still got oil to get there.
Go ahead and go. But don't be talking that mess around everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember when they first got out there, come on, man. This is what I can't understand about that time. Now, we as a people, we got CGI and all type of, you know, inputs into our brain. We've seen special effects. But can you imagine a pillar of fire and you're following this pillar of fire, but you're still grumbling about going back to Egypt?
Come on.
Can you imagine watching the plagues, you know, and then knowing that your kids is fine, but these other people's kids is dead,
Mm.
and still getting out in the wilderness, grumbling, and you know what I'm talking about, Cares.
Mm-hmm.
That
If
spirit.
they did it then, they're going to do it now.
Mm-hmm.
No. Let's hope not. He said he gonna write his word on our heart.
Yeah, but that's not going to be everybody, because we know it's going to be a remnant. There's a lot of people that still not. You can't save everybody. You
Yeah, we're
can
gonna
take
be
them to
we're gonna
the
be
you can
clean.
take
We're gonna
them
be
to you can
clean.
take them to the wilderness, but that don't mean that they won't die in the wilderness.
Why you think Moses got mad and hit that rock and drowned 10,000 of them? You imagine when he came down and saw the Baal statue and he got the 10 Commandments in his hand? That's why he broke them.
Mm-hmm.
What the heck is y'all doing?
Wait. Here's the thing. Wait a second. Now, I want you to think about this. We go back home. We're in the
Right.
continent. How many people are going to try and get and make a wooden statue of a white Jesus?
They're gonna try it all over again.
Mm-hmm.
No,
That's my
that thing
thoughts
came first.
exactly.
Why do you think he put it in the book? He put it in the book to let us know, okay, this what's coming.
Mm-hmm.
This what's coming.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine being in the land, knowing all the truth, and then, sorry, excuse me, and then you then decide you're going to build that, or even the cross. Like, imagine that after you've been saved out of it, and then you go and do something like that. I
What
can't
was
imagine
the
it.
lady that was speaking against Moses, and the Lord snatched all her melanin out of her skin? That'd have been enough for me to straighten up right there and there.
You know,
Hey, she was,
we would have to
hey, cuz,
separate
I'd
ourselves
have been
from
like, hey,
people like
cuz,
that.
she was black yesterday. How she turned white? That tells you how important that melanin is.
Especially on the continent. Shoot, you look, step foot on there. Step foot in Ghana. Woo!
I'm talking about as above, so below. Spiritually, something
Yep.
about that melanin connects us to the Most High.
Oh
Come
Lord,
on
I'm
now.
gonna burn.
It not only blocks the radiation, it also produces energy. They say it's almost like chlorophyll to the human being.
Which makes
As
you
far as
wonder about them
the
data
function of your
centers.
nerves and everything.
Which makes you wonder about them data centers. I'm just saying.
I already said that. When they about to plug people right back into the matrix. If they can't get the work out of you, they're gonna use you for something.
Come on
If
now.
they can't get no work out of you, they're gonna use you for something. You remember how it was when they first unplugged him? How Neo was when he was like, "Oh my God, this is the real world." That's how we gonna be when we cross over into that spiritual plane. They're gonna be like, "This is the real world."
Hey, they already showed you that they're gonna plug you in on the 2026 cover of The Economist.
Slaves.
Not us. Look, that's for them. Look, we having a positive message here. Look, you talk about winners and losers. Now we winning. Don't get it twisted. We are winning.
We done already won. That's the attitude we need to have. We done already won. He done already gave us the heads up. Hallelujah. It's a lot of people that don't even, like you said, don't know nothing. Look about this younger my sons collecting gym shoes. I said, boy, you could be 20 different things you could be doing better than collecting some gym shoes.
You know, and that's the conversation that we do have to have with our young men and women, with our sons and our daughters. This is the conversation because, again, look, I'm going to tell you, if we're seeing it here now that we're seeing it over in the UK, how long do you think it's going to take to get to America? You all understand. That energy oil, that energy blockade that they were trying to do to Cuba, Russia's already sending on over in their first tanker. Do you not think that they're going to be sending over more tankers? You better believe it.
I thought about that the other day, Karis, and I don't want to, say the wrong thing, but it's something about them people in the Caribbean that they hate.
They
hate them because they want to, because they don't have a central bank. All the countries that are hated, North Korea, Iran, Cuba, is because they don't submit to the Rothschild banking system.
Well, that banking system's about to be over pretty soon. It looks like
Gaddafi was trying to create Africa's own currency. You see what they did to him. Saddam Hussein, the same thing. See, America been fighting this war for a long time. We just didn't pick up on it. If those things would have been implemented back then, think about it. Say hallelujah, because just think if you was young, knowing what you know now, you would have been so scared you wouldn't be able to function.
that is, you know what, though?
It wasn't the time.
Yeah. He brought us along. The Most High brought us along. And, what this has done over the last couple of years, literally, we're talking about now a decade and change for a lot of us. We had to have the ability to see the fire and to go through the fire, to be tested, to understand, look, not everybody was going to go through this. Not everybody was going to understand this. But the Most High needed just enough of his remnant, of his people, to understand how this thing went. It took Moses.
Yeah.
It took Moses last time. This time, it's going to take a lot more, because we have had a multiple generations, multiple centuries, to where they literally stripped. So imagine, you said stripping down the melanin. Man, they stripped down our heritage. They stripped down our identity. They stripped us. They stripped down essentially us as the people, the essence of us. Did you not see what
That's
our
why
man
they
said?
Mr. Terrence,
Yes.
my grandma was from Georgia, and she said her father's mother was Indian, and he knew herbal medicine. She said we had food, we had cars, we had tractors, we had land, but when we went into town, we still had to go to the back door. And back then, they still used horses and carriages. She said when a white family came and we was on the sidewalk, we had to get down off the sidewalk and look at the ground.
Yep.
This was in her lifetime that they treated us like that. She said we had to get off the sidewalk and look at the ground and let them pass.
Yep.
And you know, all of that is coming to them now.
They're
All
gonna
of
try
that.
it again. They're
What
gonna
they
try
put
it
us
again.
through.
They're gonna try it again.
No. They can try, but it ain't coming. No, it's coming to them. Everything that they set their hand to do against us, even the rest of the world, is coming on them. It ain't about us. It's not about us. It stopped being about us from 2020. They're only just waking up and realizing their damnation.
I think of what that one pastor said when he was preaching, and he told them, he said the black people are going to get what they got coming. And then he tried to sing, and he was like, can't nobody sing like them, because there ain't nobody went through the pain like them. Imagine being in a crowd watching your daddy get beat and hung.
Sister Chantal, I'd like Kemi Badenoch to be the Prime Minister of England when we're all getting up out of here.
Yes, she can keep herself right here. Right here. I don't like that woman at all. At all.
Trumpism is spreading across the planet.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to say this. It's not really spreading across the planet. It's just revealing folks, especially in the European countries, right, of who they are in terms of the vanity. And let me tell you, that vanity was getting crushed. The vanity, remember, look, it was all fun and games until they realized that Africa ain't hurting. Not like Europe is. Africa ain't hurting. Look, like I said, we're laughing about, save a prayer. For me, 25 cents a day can help the Europeans, that's going through this energy crisis now that they don't shut themselves off.
Please, sir, I want some more.
Yeah, hey, be the real life Olivers.
Remember, when you look at that Deagle report,
I'm telling you.
When you look at that Deagle report, Africa was doing just fine.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why people are trying to go into Africa and buy hundreds of acres, thousands of acres.
Oh! Did anybody hear about Oh no, I forgot now.
You talking about the Kenya story? Talking about the Kenya story? In Uganda?
It's a while. They're trying. It's not even just in Kenya. They're trying it in other places. And I'm like, where is your supposed
the promised land? Where's the promised land?
Your promised land.
Yeah.
Multiple places. You trying to say it's Africa now? That you were African? No, what do you say? Come on. They're trying to get a foothold, really and truly. This is nothing more than a. This is what they did with the missionaries.
Yeah,
They're trying to use religion again to get into it.
Yeah, but again, imagine when that edict comes, because that edict is going to come. Hey, if you're going to be harboring them, then guess what? You're harboring a criminal element.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. Look, they all have to be brought to justice. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine that? Because I'm going to tell you, the Gazans have a criminal complaint. You see what I'm saying? They have a criminal complaint. Hey, if you're living there, I don't care.
Do you know what's really funny though, Harris?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to know what's really funny? Is that they are going to see, they are going to be the one, that Africa is going to be the new South America, where those people fled, and then they started to bring them up against, with criminal charges. Over years, it did not matter. It was like, no, you're not escaping justice. This is the same thing that's going to happen to them. They are going to be dragged out from wherever they are, and it's not just going to be in Africa. Oh no.
Yeah,
it's going to be in everywhere.
I'm going to tell you, they think they're coming. They're going to be deported. Watch, it's going to happen. Y'all, everybody thinks that this is a fairy tale. No, it's not. It's going to happen. Brother Lion Pride, go ahead, Brother Lion Pride. Shalom, welcome. You're on mute if you're talking. All right. Whenever you're able to get off of mute. Okay, he's trying to connect his device. We'll be back on. All right. Brother Asaph, because I want to talk to you because you have a little bit more of the inside scoop of how things look.
Yes, yes, Elder.
You're the elder. you're the traditional elder. And I say that with all reverence because, in your opinion, we had asked a question earlier, and I think you're just getting on, and Sister Chantel was basically she was basically saying, hey, it could be about a week until, all right, she said a month. I said a week. Because I was being kind. Yeah, because I know how quickly things can deteriorate from that first strike. I've seen that. I've witnessed the Arab Spring. I saw that. In 24 hours, it was crazy. Brother Asaph, in your opinion, now that this last bit of gasoline, petrol, fuel is coming into the UK with it, and it looks like there's going to be nothing that will kind of backstop it, because I believe, in my opinion, especially with these countries, nobody's going to give up anything. What do you see on the horizon?
What I see is just the emergency services having petrol and everybody else using public transport and walking. And also there'll be food shortages. Mm-hmm. That's inevitable. And also social chaos as well, because then people ain't going to want to walk anywhere, and they're not going to want to give up their fancy cars and the lifestyles that they have. For us, walking to the supermarket with a trolley or with a rucksack to get what we want, or making do with what we have, from what our grandmothers used to cook. Those are delicacies for us, so we'll manage, but they won't. I can see
no Uber, Uncle.
No Uber either. Yeah, you're right. I can see serious civil unrest. That's why they're asking people to come back who are off sick and that had operations to come back real fast, and they're moving people off administrative duties because they know that the things are going to go pear-shaped.
So
and that's putting
go
it
ahead.
mildly. And it's going to be Europe wide as well. And Europe is going to say, look what America done to us. And they're going to have to look to Africa, because Africa could easily fill this 20% gap without breaking a sweat if they would repair the infrastructure that they wouldn't give spare parts to, and restore the remaining oil refineries in Nigeria and Angola that are not up and running. They could easily meet that 20%. But the thing is that the Europeans don't want to see Africa develop much faster than how it is going through the Belt and Road Initiative, because it would overtake them in two years quite easily. And they just can't cope with being at the bottom, which is going to come as a shock to them. A lot of them are going to be on medication, but that's nothing to do with us. When things start turning anywhere that we are, the first thing that we look as a people is to leave.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's the, and I have to say, you now have energy, right? That it looks like Spain. Look, they're making their contracts. France, they're making their contracts. And I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. Remember, it's Isaiah 60, right? The ships of Tarshish. The ships of Tarshish. And when people think that, well, the Gentiles, I told you, look, don't lump in all the Gentiles with what you see here in the United States.
Amen.
You can't do that.
Mhm.
You can't do that.
Mhm.
Okay? You cannot. You can't do that. Not all Europeans are what you see here in the United States. You can't do that. And I'm
Well,
going to
that's
tell
one of the
you.
reasons why I said. I was just going to say that's one of the reasons why I said a month, maybe give or take. It depends, and it varies from, because there are some people who do know how to not live rough, but know how to, especially I would say in like the pig nations, like Portugal, Spain, Italy, Greece. They've got a lot of people that live in the countryside, so they know how to handle themselves. They know hardship.
Yeah. They know hardship, especially on that southern coast. Anything that's north, not so much. France, maybe, maybe. Germany, kind of, sort of. But they've been, again, real. It's been real nice for them, especially since after the fall of the Berlin Wall. But again, there's a lot of people, especially in Eastern Europe, and I tell people this: just wait until Eastern Europe is not able to get its subsidies, its money, it's whatever they are getting from the West, particularly the United States. Just think about this. These folks are going to be saying, yep, we know that you're the people all along. We knew this and that. We knew that. We weren't allowed to say it because we were scared, because we get off, because we get. That's what's coming. And people were like, I don't know if that's going to come. It is, because when you have to admit something, because now you don't have the dainties, right? They said the dainties of Babylon. When the dainties of Babylon are gone, all of a sudden, well, I don't need to say anything. This is how these nations are going to get struck, or shook. It's look,
No love lost.
America. You have to understand how America is. America has a bloodlust. They have a bloodlust. You strike America. Have you noticed why they haven't really struck America like that? You strike America, guess what? They see that blood on the ground. They revert. They revert. People think that, well, if they get scared and this and that, kind of, sort of, but then they revert. So let them. If you see, look, if they see things piling up, and this is also a double-edged sword that even not just Iran but also the U.S. has. Well, guess what? They'll want to fight everybody, every and anybody, including the people here in the United States. You'll have a civil war, and then you'll be literally fighting an existential war. It'll be war and chaos all over. Now,
That's crazy.
Yeah, it will be.
It's hard for us to imagine. You know, even the abolitionists, they stood by and watched them people do that stuff to us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they knew in their heart that it was wrong, but they, you know, it wasn't. Till one of them just got so sick and tired of it, he went down there and tried to take it over and stop it. But it's in their heart, man. What they did was England and a lot of other countries sent prisoners to America. They sent prisoners to Australia. They sent their criminals. I watched The Godfather 2 again. They was hungry on the way over here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they weren't sending their best when they're sending folks from,
Hey,
the Latin nations.
Hey, man.
What they were doing.
Necessary.
Yeah. Look, this isn't something new for them to up and leave. They're just now like 2 or 3 generations away from doing all that. Look,
blood ain't nothing new to them.
Yeah, for us, it's like, oh man, like we know we're about to be up on out of here. We understand that. For us, we've been here for a minute. You know what I'm saying? They haven't.
They know that as well.
Yeah.
Some of them do.
Do you think they know that?
And I believe
that we're going
on. They try to block prophecy. They try to stop
it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of why they're freaking out and why they're calling for black people to help them. They could call on people that they have a closer alignment with, like the Arabs in your nation, the Asians, the Hispanics, who will always be happy to do the white man's bidding. They love that, you know. They love doing that. So
Trump went down there to that courtroom to try to get them to vote for that birthright citizenship being overturned. Who you think that's directed at?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Who you think that's directed at? He went down to the courtroom and sat in the Supreme Court. First president ever to do that on that birthright citizenship. It's a game afoot. It's a game afoot.
Oh yeah. Now, did they? He got mad and stormed out and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Look, I look at it like this: they didn't have any rulings. They did not have any rulings. What they did have was, those are their arguments. So they put the arguments on out there. Look, and no matter what, at the end of the day, the framework has now been laid through the ICC and ICJ. Hey, our people are on over there. They were forcibly taken. They were kidnapped. We need our people back. Kidnapping has no statutes of limitations. It doesn't.
All they need is a law. Remember, the English made piracy legal.
Well, they did. Yes, they did.
These are gangsterous people we deal with. These is the derivative of the Roman Empire. Remember, Rome had taken over England and northern France for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
These is gangsters, man, and these are the children of the gangsters.
Mm.
Well, that's why they act the way they act.
The only thing that they got that we ain't got is that will to cooperate with each other. If we get that, can't nothing stop us.
And I think that is also our curses. That's when our curses are reversing, because again, it is going to take one of these efforts that, hey, for us to survive, we have to we have to come back here together. We have to do this together. Nobody
Hive
can do
mind.
this. Yeah,
Hive
we can't do
mind.
this on our own.
Actually, Karis, I wanted to ask you something,
Mm-hmm.
if I may. It was I watched. Did you manage to watch that video that I sent you? I think it was yesterday about the Ethiopian sister, and it's. I haven't seen the video, but I wouldn't say that I'm shocked. Or I kind of saw that. I think it was was it the African Diaspora Network?
Mm-hmm.
What's his name? Philip Scott
Oh,
saying
Scott, yeah.
how look, I'm just going to say this. I don't care who gets it because the win. Look, here's the thing. Home is over there. Why? This is the beauty. Look, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this for all of you in the live in the chat who feel some kind of way about Africa calling for reparations on the transatlantic slave trade. They were also affected. They were, right? They do not feel, and I get it. I do get it. I get it. Trust me. Because it's easy for us to be like, well, why? We're here. Why are they going to get the money? Why are they going to get this? Why are they going to get that? Right? It's the same way how, okay, for example, I think it was T.I., like back in the day, started talking about Lloyd's of London. And I'm like, because for a long time, I was like, okay, I agree. Black Americans should get their reparations first. That's not for us. Even though, we all came out of the, from the transatlantic slave trade. I'm like, what happens in America with what they did to them that's what they did to them. That's for them. But here's the thing. Then he starts talking about Lloyd's of London. And I'm like, bro, you want to know the funny thing? And I saw a sister on one of the TikToks, talking about, we're paying, so we're supposed to pay reparations to Africa. That's not how that's going to work. But I'll get to that. But the point I'm making, like with Lloyd's of London, those of us, and Uncle can back me up. We literally, the descendants of the slave trade from the Caribbean living here, we were paying that through our taxes. We paid those people reparations for what they did to our ancestors. It ended, the payment was paid in 2015. I was paying it. I was paying these people for their reparations
I don't know
for what they did to my ancestors. Hold on, I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
Like we went through over here. I'm sorry, ma'am. Y'all ain't went through nothing like we went through over here.
But okay, can you let me finish, please? Can you let me finish? For one, there's a lot of things that we don't know about what happened in America. I mean, in the Caribbean. Also, we're finding out stuff that's happening now to us. Mm-hmm. Like, yes, there's been black women that have been going missing. It's not just happening to you guys. That we need to stop with this whole silly nonsense about nobody suffered like this and nobody suffered like that. I get it. I agree with you. We're not even saying that. But the fact of the matter is, we've all suffered. Your suffering is a little different from our suffering. When you're going through it, we don't. We don't. These people are so crafty and so clever. You don't even know that they're killing you while they're killing you and smiling in your face. Your oppressors are upfront with it. You can't deal with. Look, we couldn't deal with your oppression, and you certainly couldn't deal with ours because you wouldn't even know what's going on. You wouldn't. I had a friend that said to me, "Oh, it's kind of cool in the UK," and I'm like, "Live here for a little bit longer, and you'll understand. It's behind the so-called niceties. These people, you literally saw how they carried on a few years ago when they were rioting. We saw that, right? But nobody was rioting when that police officer did what he did to that white woman. Nobody cared. that she was raped and then murdered and then buried somewhere like way out of London. Nobody was rioting, but they all picked up their foot to do that. Anyway, I'm making what I'm trying to say, yeah, is that we need to stop arguing about what's going on in Africa. Africa is calling for reparations. Let's not get it twisted. The only reason why a lot of people in America are getting triggered by Africa doing it is because they want to turn around and say, well, I'm FBA. I'm FBA because I'm foundational. And not just foundational, I'm native. Not just native, I'm indigenous. I'm from here. This is where the land is. So if the land is there, then you've got no claims to that. If you was always there, then you've got no claims to that. Why would you want your oppressors to give you money in the land of your oppression, where you will be spending it over there? Why would you? Not only that, right? If they will also turn around and say, because you're indigenous, we paid out the indigenous people. Why are you looking to us? Go to them. Go to them. What are you coming to us for? We paid the indigenous. If you got beef with it, you want your reparations, go to the Indian nation then. Go to them. See, this is the thing. So Africa is doing what it's doing. We are supposed to be going home. What does the scripture say? The scripture says, I'm going to put you back in the land from when you were taken. How are you going to be taken from America if America is your home?
Well, that's the okie doke, right? That is the framework that they're trying to con people with. Because again, if you're not looking at the actual mechanisms of the legality, anybody can just give you whatever they want to tell you. Well, it's this and this and this. Well, no, if you're actually legally analyzing it and you're framing it and for the proper context and understanding, then you really do understand it is a psyop. It's a psyop to have you. You're fighting against reparations. You're fighting against your own claims to reparations, and you didn't even know it.
Exactly.
And not only that,
stop that.
And not only that, the Southern gentlemen and the Middle Eastern people were the main slaveholders, and it doesn't matter where you were on the chessboard, your oppressor was the same person. So to try to formulate different aspects of suffering between us, it was a collective thing as a people. We all suffered as a people and as a nation, and we have to form the ideas and the cohesion that we're all going up against the same oppressor, and we need solidarity in order to get this thing sorted.
Yep.
Because if I can show you in different history books where they did the same things what they did to you, to us, but what I think where you guys have the edge, where your slavery was a lot more protracted and worse, was that over in Europe here, they have a more subtle way of dealing with us than you, but nevertheless, as a nation, our oppression has been fairly similar, and we have to be on one page. We can't say that one side suffered more than another side, because it gives them a room to enter in and also make arguments. We all suffered as a people, and we all need to get out of here. And also we can't be arguing about sums of money. This thing about foundational Black Americans and Native, can they go into the United Nations and make an argument for reparations? None of them can.
They can't.
All they can do is create division.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. He said he chastises those that he loves.
Exactly.
So he got to love us. Every other people that these people have come in contact, except for the African, gets completely destroyed. The Australians are completely destroyed. The Hawaiians are completely destroyed. The Native Americans are completely destroyed. The South American Indians and tribes, some of them are gone. We will never know their history. We will never know their language. They are gone. We are still here,
And that's
sir.
one of the things that makes
I'm
them
sorry
upset.
what y'all went through over the pond, but I still say y'all ain't been through nothing. We been through from the time they took us off the boat. It was
Well,
precious.
well, I mean,
The
I
seasoning
It
don't know.
was precious.
plantation,
I don't.
all of you came to Jamaica first, right?
Yeah,
This is history. And
I
then
think.
and we were seasoned and then distributed elsewhere. So trying to make a comparative analysis of who
I'm sorry.
suffered more
Let's just do
is
it
a waste of
logically.
time. We've got to
Let's
be
just do
looking
it
at
logically.
the
Let's
sums of
just do
money
it
that they
logically.
made from it,
No
how
other
they
people have
profited
had
from it.
more
And
inventions than the
yeah,
Black Americans. No other people have
can I
more
can I can I
influence
speak?
on the world except the Black foundational Americans.
Well,
Sir, can we make a
I'm gonna
comparison?
say this. I'm gonna say this because here's the reality of this. There was a triangular slave trade. Triangular. Okay, so you may have even been in America as an enslaved African, and then guess what? You may have also been ferried on over to the UK, or you may have been ferried on over to the Caribbean and ferried back. A lot of our people were ferried throughout most of this, however you want to call continents, even South America, Caribbean. We were all ferried all over the place. We just, at the end of the day, right? Because around the 1830s, you started to see the triangular slave trade come to an end. So we were that's where the dominoes fell for the most part. Now, in the reality of different of things, everybody had, and here is what Brother Asaph and Sister Chantel are trying to say. You had different understandings of the realities of the cruel treatment that had been suffered. The problem is everybody suffered the cruel treatment. The problem is not a lot of people wanted to bring along those oral histories of the cruel treatment, because the reality is this. Well, if I tell you that and then you're carrying that, then that's going to be even worse or dangerous for us. Let me tell you, we weren't even on this. I'm going to tell you this. Most of us knew of how bad things were, but we really didn't understand it. We didn't understand it in the 60s. We didn't understand it in the 70s. We didn't understand the 80s. So here's the reality of this. We here as African Americans, you can say foundational, however you want to say it, we are the forerunners of, hey, we know what's happening. We've done all this. We've gone through all this. And then now you're starting to see in the Caribbean, now you're also starting to see what has taken place even in Africa, how things have been done. Because why? Because the cruelness didn't stop. It's just that the stories of how cruel people were have been kind of altered, so their cruelness wasn't as bad as that. Because you want to know why? Because now, as I had stated, the framework is this. We're looking at the framework of everybody blames America now framework. Right. Why? Because everybody's going to say, look, it's not our fault. It's their fault. They're the ones that did this. It's their fault. Because they're going to try to hide their hands. Don't get that twisted. They're hiding their hands. Yes.
When he took everything from Job, he gave him back 7 times what he had lost. So we'll see when we get reparations who got the biggest pile of stuff.
Yeah,
We'll see at the end who get the biggest pile of stuff. And blessings not only material things. I'm talking about blessings are spiritual things also. Blessings are deep understanding. Blessings are empathy, a compassion for your fellow man.
I need to say something in regards to that. I need to say something. Okay, so everybody on this chat also knows that when I speak, I don't say, oh, me, mine, here. I say, I've said so many times, when I hear the atrocities that have happened, that still happens to you guys in America, I scream. internally in my soul. I don't see it as, oh, that's the people who look like me over there. I don't say that. That's my brother and my sisters that's going through that. For me, it's not a matter of, oh, me and mine here. I don't care for that. Are we a nation, or are we going to be continuing this whole segregation that they put upon us? We are tribe, a tribe. It wasn't just, look, we are the people. That's it. Point, period, blank. Why are we why are we starting up a competition? Listen, brother, I love you, but please don't do this. Please. We don't need that kind of competition about who's going to have the biggest pile of this, that, and the other. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. I despise. I don't want to hear that. I don't like it. I don't, because that sets up too much issues for, oh, look at me, because it starts up greed, and we don't need that. Let them deal with that. That's not us. Not here. No, I'm not standing for that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we have to understand. We have to understand. Listen, we were all oppressed together. That's what the scriptures are saying. We have all been oppressed together, each and every one of us. Now the reality is, yes, we're now, for us, we have been able to be a little bit more resilient. We have been. So nobody's going to take that away.
A little bit. I'm
going to say, no, we have. But understand, you had just come through and you said, listen, we have to get rid of pride. Well, that's part of getting rid of pride. To acknowledge that everyone, each and every one of us, I don't know how bad people have gone through everything. That's a pride thing.
I'm sorry, the tag was me like saying or trying to say, like, you know, like we get more stripes on our arm or this. No, I'm just saying, you know, it's worldwide known that what the slaves went through in America was like no other slavery that's ever been done in history.
Okay, but here's the thing. It was a worldwide enslavement, and I get it. It was a worldwide enslavement. Then if that's going to be the case, then you have to understand that people are going to draw down to, well, my state had this, and my county had that, and my town had that.
Exactly.
You have to understand. You have to understand. Don't get pulled into the division of pride.
I'm not.
That's what we're trying to. That's what we're trying to say.
We understand the slave trade. We know that mostly they went and got a specific people,
and we understand that.
And then they divided them up and sent them different places.
And they were dividing up those specific people to be able to move them about and move them into their centers of what? Of trade and commerce. That is what we have contributed. That has been.
I'm sorry, Chris. I'm thinking on the level of this. This was Satan still trying to destroy the seed.
Okay, I understand that, but here's the thing: if Satan's still trying to destroy the seed, then let's not help him by getting into our pride about how that level of destruction is.
I wasn't like saying, "Oh, we better than y'all because we did this and we better than." I'm saying that because of our suffering, we're going to receive more blessings.
And here's the thing. And let the Most High deal with that.
Okay.
Let the Most High deal with that, because what it is that because here's the thing: we all get pulled into our flesh, every single one of us. We do. Look, listen. I'm going to tell you this. I don't go to the king and talk to the king like, "Hey, king, you need to give us that land because you know what? We're suffering. We've all suffered. We did that." Do you know what that makes me sound like? That makes me sound crazy. Because why? It's not about me. It's not about him. This is about us coming together as a people, because they suffered too. They got oppressed too.
Do you know what this sounds like? This sounds like when the apostles were arguing as who was going to be big, who was going to be the highest, or who's going to have the most in the kingdom. And Yeshua, he weren't standing for that. You see, the thing is, there's so much we don't know. The people over here, they hide a lot of things.
Yeah.
They hide a lot of things. There's a lot of people that don't realize I can't remember where it is, but there's this field, massive field with a massive warehouse in this country that houses. I think I don't know if you know about this, Uncle Later, but they house all their dirty little filth. This country's dirty little filth. Everything that they've done. There are things we don't even know about. That's what I'm saying. So this whole thing about we've suffered, ain't nobody suffered. I'm not even disagreeing with you, but I'm just saying you don't even know half. We don't even know. You don't even know what half of the things that you've gone through.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. We can't listen in terms of the suffering Olympics. We're the ones that speak English. Okay, we don't even know what the
exactly.
Look, talk to our Brazilian Portuguese brothers. They'll let you know some things. You see what I'm saying? And the reality is, are we more vocal? Absolutely. Because here's the reality in terms of how we are leading this worldwide. Yeah, we're leading this worldwide. We have a bigger voice. We have a bigger influence. Nobody can take that away. No one.
Do you know why that is, though, Paris? Do you know why that is? And it's simple, because of the fact that you live in Babylon. It is literally because of the fact that, look, America does not export anything except for propaganda, except for its ideology, and except for the American way, truth, justice, and the American way. And what is that? Because there's no truth, and they don't like justice. So we already know. And I'm going to say this, and this isn't me brown nosing or anything, but when people say, when you guys turn around and say, American history, Black history is American history, I'm like, no, it isn't. I'm going to say this, it's not. Black history, American history is world history, because you can't turn around and ignore the fact that what you guys have, or your ideologies, what you fought for, because what is truth and justice was not truth and justice until you started fighting for truth and justice.
Yes.
Right? And until that happened, they never had it. And then when they did have it, they co-opted it. We see this because they do it. The whole Me Too thing, the whole dances on TikTok, everything that we start, and I say everything that we start, they copy and they take over. So when America was pushing, So when America was pushing its propaganda and its belief of democracy and truth and justice and the American way, it's not promoting its truth and justice. It's promoting Yasharel's truth and justice and Yasharel's way, because everything about America is based in lies and torment. So that is the point. That is what I want to say. But having said all of that as well, why I say that is because you your truth has been pushed out there. You really don't know about the other truth with everybody else. So it's only your story that has been pushed because it's more seen.
Okay.
Well, the same thing about Iran. Hold on. Let me finish. The same way how Iran is doing and saying what they're saying, and people are like, yeah, Iran, because a lot of our people, both here and over in your area, don't even understand world history. They don't understand that. Guess what? Those people are still, there's Black Iranians. Where are they? Why don't you see them? They're championing you, but that's only because, again, it's another form of propaganda for them. It's the enemy of my enemy is my friend, but we don't have to really be friends like that. I'm just using you. Even with Russia and China, I'm not a fool. I know these people are only just using us as a means to get back at America. These people, they're not friends like that. They only use people where are nothing more than just a platform to them. So when you turn around and believe in that, it's just us. Like, no, it's not just you. Because do you know what the Iranians were doing to the black people, the Black Iranians? Do you know we are only just starting to find out that in the last 10 years, when we woke up as to who we are, that we realized, There's Bedouins, there's black people in the Middle East. There's black people like you obviously would have known that, Gary. But there's black people in Israel who are Israel. They've been there they weren't there from slavery. They were there from before slavery. And how were they treated? And we know what those people are like. We've seen what they've been doing to the pale-skinned Palestinians. What do you think they're doing to the dark-skinned Palestinians? If what you hear, the things that you hear are never going to be the worst of it. The things that we hear about how they were stopping Ethiopian women, how they were trying to stop them from having babies and everything, that ain't even the worst of it. Anything you hear is never going to be the worst. So it'll
take us generations. Yeah, it'll take us generations to literally uncover the truth, because again, we're not going to have that, especially while we're here.
And not only that, when I speak to Karis and when I speak to other leaders, I'm speaking as an African Israelite. I'm not speaking as a British person. And the idea between us is how we can move our agenda collectively forward. I'm not thinking of what I'm going to get out of it. I don't care if I get anything. As long as I can live comfortably and our people come out of the situation that they're in, and we're free, that's the most important thing. I'm not thinking of it in wealth or quantifying it in that essence. We're thinking of what we can do on the continent and how we can get out of our situation in the lands of our captivity, not about quantities.
Exactly.
We worry that is something something for the people lower down the food chain to worry about. Because if you ask Karis now, are you thinking about how much you're going to get out of what you're going to do? He's going to say no, because all that he has done and all that the leadership has done is that we are trying to educate our people and get them prepared to get out of here.
Wait. Hold on, brother ASAP. Hold on, brother. Y'all don't know that I keep a running tally with the Most High? These are billable hours. This is already 4 billable hours to the Most High. That's how I do it. Let me go ahead. Let me get truthfully on here. Let me get truthfully on here. We'll get to brother Garth. Shalom, truthfully.
Shalom, family. Interesting conversation. I have this icon on my thing there, and it's the last 3 eclipses that we had. And the last one was the April 8th, 2024, and I like to say it completed the Olive Tav sign. And so if I could just go to Matthew 24 and read 29 and 30 and see if I can get you to expound on that a little bit, I'd appreciate it. So it says, immediately after the tribulation of those days, shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven shall be shaken. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then shall all the tribes of the earth shall mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds with power and great glory. So if you could expound on that, because I've been in meditation on this Matthew 24. I know I'm kind of digressing from the conversation, but meditating on these two passages and what we've been seeing as far as the meteors falling out the sky, turmoil through all over the world, and we're coming up on the 2-year anniversary of the completion of that sign. If you could just kind of expound on that a little bit and maybe give me a little insight on where I'm at and where I should be. Thank you.
Well, I mean, let me kind of I'm going to put this caveat on out there. This would be a Yakoba question. Yakoba. No, just so. But let me just. But I put it like this. We tend to think that it's going to be, and it's not to diminish Yahusha. Absolutely not. It's not. But there are steps for us that when we're back in the land of unwalled villages, Ezekiel 38, when we are looking at the Armageddon period, that's in Revelations, I believe 19 and 20, right? There are things to be seen, because I believe that in that point of time, right, when we see how the nations are going to lament, we're just getting to that period, okay? We're getting to that period. the nations are going to lament because they're going to send us back home. That's the ships of Tarshish. Now, I look at it as these are the onion peels. These are very, very heavy layers. But you have to start at where we're at right now. That's the first layer. The first layer is they're fighting. Why are they fighting? Because they're fighting over us. Why are they fighting over us? Because we don't have much time in this captivity. We're going to be out of this captivity. When we come out of this captivity, what are we going to be doing? We're going to be looking thitherward. Oh, that means that we're going to be looking at ourselves and finding on out, well, I thought we were just black people. I thought we were just Africans. I thought this, and then you're going to start to see our brothers and sisters on the continent say, hey, listen up. We have some information to share with you. Oh my goodness. You know this. Yes, they do. You want to know why? Because they understand and they keep the oral argument, our history. They do on the continent. Do they share it with us? No. You want to know why? Because they want us safe. Surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise.
Thank you, brother. All right. That's all I need. I've been in meditation on this for so long, and I'm just like, am I reading too much into it? Am I paying too much attention to something that's not there yet? But like I say, I appreciate you the explanation, and it makes sense. And I'll catch Jacoba and ask him again.
yeah. But I just want to because what I'm doing is I'm just keeping you up on the contemporary, right?
Sure.
Are we getting there to where we need to get to? Yeah, absolutely we are. But again, we're just talking here, looking at this and looking at that, talking about, well, you know, we're going to get ours in the end. Get your what? What are you going to get in the end? You're going to just, you think that, I mean, listen, I do like to say all sorts of crazy stuff, but I don't think we're just going to be attaching, you know, a little, little dump truck. And for real, being the Sanford and Sons, talking about you owe me my stuff, you owe me this, because why? Because the dollar. You think that cash is going to work? Man, that thing will get burnt up.
What greater substance will we have than knowing who we are and who we belong to? Is the way I look at it. So I'm not very materialistic. So just the fact that I know that I'm the king's son, so that's good enough for me.
It is, but let me just tell you. Here's some of the things that they'll tell you this. Oh, well, you know what in Christianity, what do they always say? You know what? You're going to get yours in the sweet by and by. When you get to heaven, you're going to get yours. Do you understand? They've been getting theirs for hundreds of years. You want to know why? You want to know why they've been getting theirs for hundreds of years? Because they're still out in Ghana, over near Kumasi, mining the same area that's full of gold for over 120 plus years. Get out of here.
Yes.
So
yes.
you're telling me, are you telling me this? Are you telling me this? That you need to have the gold to do what? To backfill the real substance that covers money. All dollars are is just a debt. It's a debt. It's a debt instrument from the gold. The gold and the wealth is literally on the continent. Why do you think they separated us from the continent?
So we can control.
Bingo.
Money is an IOU. No, that's what it's a promissory note.
Come on now. Exactly. Why do you think they can't sell
That's
bonds
what it
anymore?
really was.
Think about this. They can't sell bonds anymore. They have to buy back their own bonds. The debt is failing. Because why? Because do you understand that even right now, the Ghanaian CD has actually caught up to the USD in these last 12 months? Wow. It used to be 1 to 16. Now it's 1 to 10. What do you think is going to happen when it's 1 to 1? Guess what? A whole lot of people are going to be poor, but guess who's not going to be poor? You, me, and everybody else that's up on in here of African descent. Because why? Because again, when they said, hey, we want our people home, what do you think has to happen to get our people home? There has to be legalese that's attached to this. Because why? It's not just, hey, we're going to get you home and do this. No, we need every single thing that you have on out there. We need our rights to this. We need our construction materials. We need all this. We need all that. And furthermore, we need you to leave us alone. Right? We need you to leave us alone because why? Because Jacob will not be afraid. Jacob will be at rest. Doing what? When we're at rest, do you know what we do when we're at rest? We get out of our poverty mindset, and guess what we get a chance to do? When you're out of poverty mindset, what is your mind able to do? The most important thing, the most thing of value and wealth that they can never have, and they wish that they can have it, but they never have it. What is our real substance of value? Does anybody know? Come on now, I can't be the only one that knows this. What happens when you're at rest? What happens when you're able to breathe? Come on.
People become creative.
Come on. You become creative and you build. Yep. Thank you, Don Yehoah. Thank you, Robert Frost. Thank you, Marilyn Lumar. Yes. The structures of the law, statutes, and commandments helped us to do what? To be able to be at peace so then we could build. To be the light to the nations. You want to know why you're a light? Because you're creative and you build and you're like, oh. It's an inspiration. We inspire others. What do we always do? Why are they saying, hey, we need you to help us protest? We need you to inspire us. We're not doing this we can't do this on our own. Inspire us.
Them dry songs that they're singing doesn't affect nobody.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Well, that's why I listen to you, Brother Garris, because you keep it a bean, man. I appreciate it. I'm going to slide on out of here and get back in the audience and listen to you. All right. You guys have a blessed day.
It's been thanks for coming in with that scripture. It was really needed at the time.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Look, this is why when I tell you, hey, we need to be involved in these projects. Look, I don't know. The Most High willing, we are going to do these projects. We're going to do these projects. And here's the very first, and you know what? Father, I thank you. Hallelujah. Brother Asaph has said that. He said that here. Do you know what will need to happen as soon as we come out of captivity? We have people that are needing medications. We have people that are having medical comorbidities, issues. We need hospitals. What do you think that we're doing? We're setting up the framework, the template of what that hospital would look like. Because why? Because they want to see us build something together. What do you think that looks like? That's very powerful. Oh, I get it now. Because why? Do you understand? They're trying to see, just like we are, our majority of our people. They're trying to heal just like us. Come on now. They got mineral everywhere. They got gold everywhere in Ghana. Are you kidding me? They got gold everywhere in Ghana, but they can't get a world-class hospital. Are you kidding me? Why? It's not about the gold on there. It's about the relationship of coming together. We're building an actual relationship. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's going to cost us some funds.
Carrie, sorry. Can I just?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say hi to Gar because I've actually got to go. But
okay.
Brother Gar, hi. How are you? You okay? Is he not there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you. Okay, I just wanted to say hi to you.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Yeah, go on.
Chantel. I was just gonna say, I mean, just hearing that elder, I want to rebuke him gently. He was talking about how we have to get straight and get right, and talking about us going into the wilderness and Moses and all this other stuff. But I'm sorry, a lot of our people who are my age or older, who are still, well, maybe more so my parents' age, and our parents that are still holding on to this divisive FBA, Caribbean versus this diaspora world. It's going to, it's going to swallow a lot of people up like Kohath. And a lot of people I'd maybe say younger, are, they're not, entranced by that. So a lot of younger people will make it, or within the remnant, but the people who are holding on to this why they getting reparations and all that stuff. It's just sad to watch and listen to, and I respect that brother because he's older than me. He's seen a lot more years than me, but I just can't I just can't tolerate that talk. Like, we need to put that aside. And we want to say you're Judah, but Judah's supposed to bring his brothers together. He's supposed to be the leader of of our nation. Judah's supposed to lead his brothers, and he's supposed to have the rulership. How can you do that when you're divisive and talking about, oh, I'm going to get the bigger portion and all this other stuff? It's like time to wake up. We're not, even for me, it's obviously I'm still going to keep going and still have hope in the Most High that that I'll make it. And, I'm praying that I could pass through the sword. But a lot of us have to pray. And like Brother Yacoba says, just pray for grace and mercy, because it's not, an automatic thing that he's just going to allow us to go into the land still holding these ideologies and paradigms about who's FBA and, who's Caribbean and all these other things, and, holding on to those identities that our oppressors gave us. I mean, I'm not here to, say compare whose, captivity was worse, but there's a lot of information on the internet. As Daniel says, knowledge is going to and fro. We, people here may be in America, may be in like a bubble, and, I don't blame them. It's just how they've grown up. But there's so much information about us and when we were in the continent and before slavery, where a lot of this information that they're getting from our, COINTELPRO or influencers is just antiquated. It's not true. So I'm just saying, as a child, when I was a child, I thought as a child. Now I'm an adult. It's now time to unlearn these things, especially when judgment's going on. That's all I have to say.
Yep. You got to relearn. You got to newly learn. And then there are things you have to unlearn. We are in a place that we're unlearning, as Brother Garth had stated, what's happening. I'm going to tell you this. And again, I had this as a longer episode because tomorrow, and that is on Shabbat, but that's how the Most High is setting things up. Tomorrow, I'm speaking with the King. And this is going to be a very interesting meeting. And this is why I said, look, if you want to support the hospital project, we have to get things started. We're Judah. I'm sorry. Right? Our family's going to come to us and say that we're blessed, because we are. We always have been. What did David say? Look, the Most High gives us what? Witty inventions and thoughts. We're able to do. We have always been able to do. That's what they're afraid of. Even when we're in our most torturous state, we can think and we can do and we can react and we can respond. Shoot, we even laugh when we're in times of trouble. That's not funny. How are these Negroes still laughing? You know how bad it is? Shoot, we're about to be out of gas. I've seen it all the time in the military. They'd always ask me, Captain Copeland, are you okay? I'm good. Well, you don't see, you ain't laughing at that. I can kind of see it's funny, but it's really not funny. That's dangerous. It's only dangerous if you don't know the Most High. It really is. Because when you serve the Most High as a servant, what do you think is going to happen? You already know we got to pass through this fire. Here it comes. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to pass through this fire looking like, what is that? What is that? Not the hula hoop, man. You know what I'm talking about. The stick. What's that stick? Back in the day? Oh, I can't remember the dance. Not the Congo line. Limbo. There you go. We're going to be passing under that, even with the thing on fire. We're just going to be dancing and moving.
and Brother Garth, that is a mature way of looking at things, and shows that you are another little Joshua in the making.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's a very
I try my
mature way
best.
of
I'm not
looking at
perfect at
things.
all. I'm not perfect at all, and it took me,
No one
you know,
is. But that was your summation and your analysis was exactly perfect because I've thought to myself that if Yah allows me to get into the land, I want to find myself a nice cool tree and think about what I passed through and thank Yah for getting me there. I'm not thinking about the financial rewards or anything like that. And to think
Exactly.
about it, who's going to get more? That has an element of carnality in it, and that's how the enemy creeps in.
Right.
I think we're just going to be happy that we've made it. If we know by what the scripture says about how bad it's going to be, you really think we're going to be caring about who got this and who got that? We're just going to be thankful that we made it. We might actually have to walk over corpses, and we're thinking
Because
about, oh,
yeah,
I've got
when
this
them people
because
start
I'm this
firing
and
them
I've gone
stuff
through.
that they got from North Korea everywhere, because they got 500 of them according to intelligence report, you're going to be happy just to get out of the place with a rucksack and your hand luggage.
Exactly.
Give me just a second. Let me recognize. Thank you, brother, sister, or excuse me, sister Betty Felder. Thank you for the gift. Hallelujah.
Especially
Y'all,
when sorry.
y'all, yeah, y'all's Michelle, y'all's Jershel. Thank you for the gift. Hallelujah. And again, daughter, y'all, thank you for the gift. That is a blessing. Hallelujah. And you know what? I thank the Most High. But I do want to also let you all know this. Listen, um, if you would like to donate, if you would like to donate to this hospital project initiative, please do so here. We have to take this first step. And let me tell you how awesome the Most High is. If we're gonna take, or not if, but when we take this first step, when we take this first step, let me tell you, the Most High is faithful. The Most High is faithful. I'm telling you, we have favor, and it's not just favor with one or two people. We have favor. I'm talking to our brothers and sisters on the continent every day. They want us back. Don't get it twisted with what the wicked people say. You want to know why they're scared? They want us to continue to fight their battle because why? Because they know that they're losing. They're losing every day. They're losing us every day because our brothers and sisters are actually waking up. Do you know that every single time that this happens, they are literally shaking us out of our comfort zone? Oh, well, who wants to see their 401ks start to diminish? Who wants to realize that, oh my goodness, I'm next on the chopping block for my job, for this, for that? And this is coming. Oh, you mean to tell me that Iran actually has now potential capabilities to reach the United States? But I thought I was good. You mean I'm going to have to sleep with one eye open or, sleep a little lighter? What?
Yeah, I can tell you from my own wife's family point of view. I can't say what they're doing because my wife has sworn me to secrecy. They've made efforts to show that they want me to come back and my wife to come back real quick, real quick. And
they don't want you there anymore. Let's just be let's just be honest. They don't want you there anymore. Do they?
In the UK, no.
Mm-hmm.
They want to make the UK YT again.
Mm-hmm. Well, they've already said that here with the Heritage Project. They've 20 Project 2025. They've already
Sorry,
stated
can you
that.
say, can you stated what? Sorry, my phone just went completely dead. Like I didn't hear what you said. What did you just say?
I said I said that in England they want to make the country Yankee Tango YT again.
Oh, yeah, they've always wanted that for a very long time anyway. But they can't live without us. That's the thing. And they know once it's like a catch-22. They want us gone, but they know that if we are gone, we are literally taking our stuff with us. And it doesn't necessarily mean the stuff that they've got in the museums. I mean, access to what they need, what they want. And that's
Yeah.
the
When you
on
go
the
to the
soil of our.
hospital, all the doctors and nurses are Hebrew Israelites and Elamites.
Yeah,
Hmm?
they are.
What? So you're telling me that we have a workforce. You're telling me that we have a medical workforce that all we need to do, that if we build it, then what? Then they will come, huh? That's what it sounds like to me. Because we do have quite a lot over here in the United States too. We have a lot of contractors here. We have a lot of plumbers. We have a lot of electricians. Whether commercial
Same here.
or industrial, we can do this. Now we may have to do a couple
I'm
things on
gonna
the
have to go now, folks.
Okay, all
But
right.
I'll
Thank you.
listen in the background.
All right, thank you, brother Asaf. So yes, we are able to do this. This is the first project of many projects, and let me tell you, I've requested, I've asked for, I've asked for lots of land. Not for myself. Oh, I need that for, oh, I'm the biggest. Heck nah. I'm a nobody. I serve the Most High. And it's awesome to see how the Most High works. Because again, we're a worm. Look, Jacob is a
Somebody
worm.
said, "Can you hear me?"
Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're on. Sister Chantel, you're on.
I think she got kicked out.
All right.
Probably can't even hear me. I'm seeing my signal. It's very weak.
Yeah, no, I can hear you. I was just bringing up a script real quick. Okay, there we go. She's back. All right. You got to remember. Look, we gotta pray for our brothers and sisters over there in the continent now. Or excuse me, not the continent. Shoot, over there in the in Europe, in the UK. Look, they're running out of gas. They're
Yeah,
going to
man.
come on.
We gotta start cranking things without like manually cranking. All those little windmills ain't gonna do nothing.
Yeah, y'all gonna have to be charging your batteries, with the pedaling that stationary bike to charge your batteries.
Oh god. Oh, I just wanted to say somebody said not trying to bring things up, but I like what everybody says contributes in the chat, because again, very highly intelligent Israelites here, right?
Yes.
Somebody turned around and said, "I'm so sorry, I didn't see the name," but they said that SBA is divisive, and it is. It's also, it's not. They said it's not Yah's name, and that's the truth. It's another byword. Even the name that we put for ourselves is not. It's another byword. So this whole FBA and this, that, and the other. Even when we turn around and say black people are not a monolith, I'm like, yeah, but we kind of are. We kind of are. What's the saying? Am I my brother's keeper? Yes, you are. We are. And the funny thing is the fact that we have to actually tell them that shows that. Here's the thing: we don't know us as much as they. Sometimes we're like, oh, they don't know. We know them better than they know themselves. But sometimes it's like they know us better than we know us. They know who they took. We don't even know. We do over here because we're awake. But the rest of our brothers and sisters, they're like, oh yeah, we're the people, and you're saying that you don't even know what you're even saying. Because when you start saying things like FBA and I'm Hotep and I'm this and that, but you're the people. People of what? So it's like all of this is another form of division, putting us, scattering the flock. It's the way I see it. I believe that everything that comes out, that it comes out from a few people who are like, oh yeah, this is what this, and it causes discord. It causes
Wait.
aggravation.
Here's the reality of here's go. I'm gonna say something, Sister Chantel, because here's what the thing. You had hit the nail on the head. It comes out from a few people, and those few people are able to do what? How do you even know these terms and things of that nature? They get
But I
what?
was just about to say they got it from them.
Yeah, they get onto the algorithm, and the algorithm is able to carry on out. Look, they're able to have that message, and obviously that message isn't necessarily a grassroots message. That's how they did that in the civil rights era. Oh yeah, well know it's not just for black people. Huh? Well, we paid you. Go ahead and state that. Oh yeah, that's right. It's not just for black people. It's for everybody. And then it started to become, well, it's now people of color, and now it's and now understand these folks get it now with these No Kings protests. Hey, we can't have you protest. We can't have you protest because
Yeah,
why? Because they're going to try and go after you.
yeah, I
They're
feel
going to
right,
try to go
Bernie.
after you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and that's the truth. And I was just going to say that it's so funny because look, your FBI, what was their biggest fear back in the day? Unity. You think that's changed? Now that they've got an even bigger reason, they're working with all these other government agencies across the globe who are like, globe, whatever, but across the world, who are basically understanding, oh, are your black people waking up too? Yeah, mine are waking up over here. Mine too, over here. Their whole thing is they're talking to each other about us. Every time they used to have this, I don't know if they still do it anymore, but every time they used to have this, what is it? I don't know if it was once a year, once every 5 or 10 years or whatever. The meeting about what to do about Africa and this, that, and the other. You think they weren't talking about coming together to talk about how do we handle the quote unquote right? Thank you. The last one that I remember was here in a place called Walthamstow. Like, yeah.
What was that? What was that again? Because that was very your sounds are a little off. So what was that again?
Bilderberg, but I'm gonna hop off soon. Shalom, because I'm undergoing a Cylon attack, I believe. So
yeah, we all are.
I hope you guys have a great Shabbat.
Same here, man. Same here.
All right,
but
Shalom, thank you, Brother Garth.
Yeah, Bilderberg over here. When they had the last one that they had was over here some years ago. I don't know if they do it anymore, but it was always to talk about how to handle Africa. What's the how are we going to do this and that for Africa? Now, when they say for Africa, they mean to get for Africa, for us to get to Africa. It had nothing to do with helping the Africans. It was, I think it was an Australian woman who said this years ago in 2020, if I believe. She said, do not think that these people love you. She said, they love Africa. They do not. They love your land. They just do not love you. They want your land, but they don't want you on it. And it was a white woman with dark, black hair or dark brown hair. And I was like, wow, she ain't wrong. And we're seeing that these people have been talking to each other. You think that the same issues that you had from back in the days when they were offing your leaders, they're still not doing that? You think they're not still doing that? It's just gone, quote unquote, global. That's all. That's all. So when you hear this whole FBA, this and I'm indigenous and this, that, and the other, If you was to follow the money or keep following, there's a chain that leads all the way back to said people, because it's never our people.
Yes.
I'm not saying that why would our people start this? Our people always go along with this because there's a benefit to it, and it's usually obviously financial. But yeah, for me, I'm like,
Yeah, go ahead.
not just going to say it's too obvious. It's another form of causing division amongst all of us, amongst the whole house of Israel, or Yasharel, sorry. And it's only done because, look, what's the saying? A wounded animal fights harder when it's ended near. They know they're coming to their end, so it's like, do you remember that scene out of Lord of the Rings? If I die, Theoden dies with me. I think it was Saruman the White that said that when he was possessing Theoden from Rohan, and Gandalf, who was now Gandalf the White at the time, literally had to cast him out. That's them. If I'm going, I'm bringing all these N words with me. So how do I do that? What did Balaam say? Get them to curse themselves.
Bingo. Yeah. And I was just about to say that, because again, understand, when they're met with something the first time, they spend years to try to do their playbook. They have a playbook. They spend years. Okay. Oh, this is coming. Look, do you not understand? And I said this. I had this conversation. I think, yeah, I had this conversation. John D. John D. John D. was literally the wizard, warlock, advisor. Had used magic, talked about magic, right? And to conjure up via what? Via what? Constantly repeating things, repeating. Because why? Because he's trying to get. He was telling how the Queen of Queen Elizabeth I during the Victorian era, how to
Elizabethan era.
Yes.
The Victoria was long ago. Was long after that. Sorry.
Yes.
But yeah, the Elizabethan era, the Tudors basically, because she was a Tudor.
Exactly. But what they were able to do, they were able to utilize how to literally destroy people via an acceptance and agreement with what they would have. Right? Oh man, you're dumb. You know what? I'm dumb. Oh snap, we're all dumb. Oh snap, we're not just dumb, we're dangerous. Oh snap, we're not. You get what I'm saying? And then now we say, look, okay, you want to put that on us? No, we rebuke that in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach. We're not dumb. We're blessed. We're smart. We're creative. We are been given the tools that the Most High has given us as His people. We can do all things through Yahushua who strengthens us. We are the head and not the tail. See, when you're starting to speak the affirmations of power, guess what you start to do? You start to destroy that spiritual contract that they want you to agree with. And now, hey, we want you to come on out and help us. No, we're not going to entertain the spiritual contract. Sorry, we do not agree. Why is that? Because we don't agree with our captivity and enslavement anymore. I'm sorry, we're done with that. Well, what do you mean? No, we're done with that. Well, what are you going to do? Well, whatever we're going to do, we're just going to sit here and wait on the Most High. What is He going to do? Is He going to do anything about? Listen, y'all are in war, right? So I think He's doing something. Y'all are seeing that He's literally destroying the nations. I think He's doing something. Y'all are seeing that He's bringing our brothers and sisters together. I think He's doing something. And see, I want to say this scripture real quick. This I'm taking Sister Chantel's job. I got a scripture. I got this is why I have Isaiah 41:14, and right here it says this. This is so poignant. Fear not, thou worm Jacob, and ye men of Israel. I will help thee, saith Yahuwah, and thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. And I look at that because we 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 don't need to fear. Here's the awesome thing about this. When I look at Isaiah 41, when you look at verse 11, look at this. It says, "Behold, all they that were incensed against thee shall be ashamed and confounded. They shall be as nothing, and they that strive with thee shall perish." These folks are perishing right in front of our eyes. This is how awesome the Most High is. They're just trying to have us strive with one another because we're the winners and they're the losers. I'm sorry, on day 35. But I have to say this, the Most High has made us the winners. And they have been destined to lose. That's what the word says. That's what scripture says. They can fight this all they want, but guess what they can't fight against? They can't fight against our Elohim, the mighty one of Yasharel. That's who we are.
Mm-hmm.
That's who we are.
Kicked me off.
We don't need to be mean or mad or anything. Look, stop getting emotional on anything. Actually, don't get emotional. We're even are told don't get emotional. What happened with Esau? Excuse me, not Esau. Yeah, it was also Esau. What also happened with Cain and Abel? Look at Jasher. Cain was always what? Emotional. Hey, don't get caught into your emotions or else you'll be what? Ruled by them. And guess what? He got ruled by him and killed his brother Abel. That's what happened with Cain. Look, the Most High has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and what? In a sound mind. Sound mind. That's why we are proclaiming victory, because the Most High has already given us the victory. We're just having to look at this victory because this victory is a testimony for the ages. We are here to testify of what the Most High has done. Man, look how he brought us out of captivity. Look at what he did. Look how he brought our people together when we had all of these psyops, these psychological operations going on, this information warfare. Look at this. When the nations of the whole world said, who cares about Jacob? The Most High does. That's why he's fighting our battles. You can't orchestrate
Harris,
this
I'm sorry if I'm
anymore.
interrupting you,
Yes.
but I'm going to have to go because, like, they keep knocking me out. They keep, I don't know what's going on. It's crazy.
But you know they're trying to save electricity. Look, that signal is electricity. you better,
I'm not even charging it. I swear.
We're gonna have to find out how we can see what the undersea cables look like. You know. All right.
Oh my gosh. Shalom, everybody. Have a good weekend and a good Shabbat.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Yeah. So this was a long one. And thank you all for those that showed on up that wanted to be invited or that came into the discussion. Look, we're all at certain places, certain spaces. That's how the Most High works. When we admonish one another in love, look, we all have to be admonished. I get admonished too. And I say, thank you, Father. Hallelujah. Thank you. Because here's the thing, we're all striving for not our perfection, it's his perfection. We're perfected under him. I can't be perfected in my flesh. I'm perfected in him. My flesh will fail, for real. The Most High, he doesn't fail. He never fails. There's one thing in saying it, and there's one thing in doing it, and there's one thing in saying, oh, okay, Father. All right, Father. All he wants is just that faith. Do you have it? Do you have that, just that measure of faith? Do you have that little bit of faith? That faith the size of a mustard seed. All that is, can you just step? Can you just move? Can you just trust that the Most High will deliver? And guess what? He's delivering us. Isn't it truly awesome to see? We haven't just, what we have been saying and testifying is not on deaf ears. It never has been. They see this happening all the time. The nations have been drawn to the valley of decision. They got two straits to worry about: the Bab al Mandeb, and of course the Strait of Hormuz. But guess what we also have? We also have a hope. You want to talk about money? I always ask people, just a simple question. Just a simple question. When a nation that doesn't have money, when a nation that's $88 trillion in the hole, how do you expect that nation to pay you if countries don't honor the money? Those are the questions. Well, they're going to pay me. They're going to pay you with what? The only thing that they can pay is to be, honestly, servitude. Sorry, that's it. Oh, you're not in service to us. I'm sorry. Hey, them Chinese, hey. You have a big tab with them. You got a big tab with them. We're just on over here doing what we need to do. Having access back to the land, having access back to our family, working with our family, talking to our family. Let me tell you, our family has stories for days. They have the understanding, they have the oral history. So, family, that was a long one. I was like, oh, maybe about 3 hours. And oh, goodness. But I pray that you are blessed. I pray that you are encouraged. Thank you, family, for your support. The super chats and things of that nature. I appreciate that, family. Thank you, family, for your support with this hospital project initiative. And let me tell you, family, your prayers, the prayers of the righteous availeth much. It surely does. Watch and see how the Most High moves. He is awesome. I could have gone, honestly, for a couple more hours because they found the pilot. Iran said they found the pilot. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my, yeah. It said one crew rescued. I'm trying to figure out who got rescued. So it seems so it looks like one was rescued and it looks like one was captured. Oh boy. Here comes an Operation Eagle Claw. Oh boy. So this is going to be very interesting on a Friday. With that, please don't be discouraged. For those celebrating Pesach, hallelujah. Have a blessed Pesach in this Pesach season. And with that, most high willing, I'll be back on Monday or if things go down, you know how it goes. I'll be back on. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, well, it may look like I'll be on in probably a little bit. Probably if not, stay tuned. Stay tuned because it looks like the looks like Carg Island is getting ready to go. Wow. Wow. Hallelujah. All right. Well, in that case, let me go ahead and get things taken care of just in case I need to jump back on in a few hours. Wow. Here we go, family. Be blessed and highly and be encouraged because guess what? The Most High has his people. He really does. He loves his people. Hallelujah. So with that said, family, shalom, salama, siemi, shalom, peace and blessings. Yasharel.
Every journey begins with a simple act of care. For Quest to Unite Africa, that journey started with something simple: a mother, a newborn, and a promise that no life would be forgotten. We did not begin with buildings, we began with people. We packed mother newborn kits with our own hands because real change starts where the need is greatest. Those kids traveled farther than we imagined, and they opened our eyes to a deeper truth. Aid saves lives, but infrastructure saves generations. So we grew. Together with donors, volunteers, and partners, we sent a medical container to Burkina Faso. Not just supplies, but hope. Not just boxes, but proof that when a community comes together, healing moves across borders. That moment changed us because we realized something powerful. We weren't just delivering help, we were building a future. Now the journey continues. The next chapter is bigger than a shipment, bigger than a campaign. We are raising funds to build a state-of-the-art hospital, a place where mothers can give birth safely, where families can find care close to home, and where communities can grow stronger for generations to come. This hospital is not just a structure, it's a promise. A promise that healthcare will no longer be temporary. A promise that dignity will have a permanent home. And just like every step before, we cannot do this alone. Every gift, every brick, every name placed on the founder path becomes part of a story that began with compassion and is growing into legacy. It helps us move from emergency aid to lasting healing, from containers to care that never leaves, from vision to reality. Join us, stand with us, help us build a hospital that will serve generations, moving healthcare into action. Visit q2ua.org today.